Look at that, we are live. Excellent. It is time for another Star Valor action on Wednesday. Beta update. That's right. This is gonna be good. Looks like we're good to go. Get that set to that. Here we go. So if you haven't seen the patch notes, or you're not part of the beta, oh no, we got a bot right off the bat. Look at that. We got a bat bot. Oh my. That's okay, I can take care of that from right here. Hey, okay. There's always a little something of a delay at the beginning. Just the way it goes, every now and then. So, what's new? We got some new beta testing content today. And you can see it in the official patch notes coming soon. Special crew members created by collaborators and patrons. They can spawn in graveyards or as derelict and only once. Added ship Valkyrie, Children of Terra frigate battleship, that's a class 4. The alternative Children of Terra frigate is Archimedes. I could have just looked. But it's the Archimedes, it's the one with the 3 turrets across the center of the ship. The Valkyrie is, as its name would imply, a bit of a battleship, and we'll explore exactly what that means. Battleship definitely means more than combat-oriented. There's one specific feature to look for when you hear something called a battleship. And again, the Empress, the new independent cruiser battleship, so I call it a battle cruiser, but you want to separate the two, they're two different terms, right? Battleship, cruiser. But I just call them battle cruisers because, man, it's fun, and I used to love some StarCraft. Buddy. Corrected spinal mount raw damage bonus, especially on low rate of fire weapons. Now, I wasn't exactly sure what that meant until I jumped in a while ago, and it looks like the damage went up on spinal mount weapons, so awesome. Let's dive in. What I wanted to do today was Alright, we are going to take a look at these new ships. I was debating on whether to just start a new game with them or to show off what they can do with a little bit of a later game equipment, late game equipment added to them. So we're gonna check them out with some good stuff on them, and then we'll see how they fare in the grinder, the meat masher. Pardon me. Now, one thing I need to do is I actually have to take this ship back. No, I don't. We'll do it right here. I just don't have any 10-point super weapons that I've made, but I have some stuff that could be fun. Like that. That's a 10-point. Right, it would help if I were counting. Right? Should I do that? So we're gonna use... Do I have any approved laser beams? Oh gosh, they're all the way up here. Alright. And... point defense, of course. What else would you put there? I guess you could put some regular guns up here. I don't know. Just kind of twist a little bit. Turn into the missiles, or turn away from them, depending on how you have it set up. Very good, very good. So we'll set that to the thumb. And we're going to have gunners. Should I strip down my Achilles? See what this thing can do. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh. I put a cargo expansion on the Achilles earlier because I was trying to carry another ship in it. It wasn't going to work, but that's okay. It had to be attempted. It was necessary. I'm gonna make a right battleship out of this thing. So I guess that extra one, you could put some regular point defense lasers on the front. Some like regular ones, not the beams. I guess. I don't know. Or I guess you could do a couple of medium laser beams and a couple of point defense beams. But these, let's have a look, see at something right quick, right? Here's the scoop. You can't assign gunners to the two up here. Right? Just to the turrets and to the spinal mount. So there's only 5 gunner seats here. I mean, it doesn't need more than that if it's only got 5 slots, right? Go, engineer, supervisor. Something to note about this ship is it's actually really fast. HP cruiser is not common. There is one that is 9. I think it's the Pelican or the Marco. And I think there's one that's higher. I don't know. I think that one. It's not a cruiser. That's a frigate. I don't remember now. Damn it. I know the. I know the Claymore's a little faster. First officer, gunner, no, not that. Tactician, and you're definitely on the team. Damage resistance, yeah. Your ranges for that 21 aiming. Now, as far as the first officer, we have options. Oh no, the music's too loud? I'll fix that. Easy peasy. How's that? Oh, the song's over. There we go. I'm all trying to do a test and there's no sound to test. Goodness. Alright. Pilot. And first officer. What's your... Oh, max speed. Yep. Hi. Speed booster, turning speed, tech level shield. I don't use a shield with this particular build. Plus 12 shield. Okay. Okay. Hey, where's my other... What the hell? Oh no! My ship exploded. Son of a bitch. That's alright, this will be a lot faster the second time. All the decisions have been made. Just have to remember to dock all those ships, so they don't do anything silly. How you doing today, Llama Smurf? Ooh. Throat's a little scratchy today. None of that. We're going straight to the top. I want to see what this thing can do. 2 for now. We'll see about adding another one. Alright. Doesn't make sense to do any of this stuff without the crew on. Oh, that's the navigator. Supervisor. Navigator. Yes, yes, good. Pilot. That's fine. Yeah, whatever. Alright, we've got engines. Turning. Oh, that's enough turning, huh? No? Okay, can't max out with 3, that's fine. At least we can max out with a Mark 3 and don't need a Mark 4. Because I don't have one. Oh, Bangy or Terran. Wow, still don't need. Nice. That. And that. $78 out of 104. What? Hilarious. 77. Alright. And 4,100 DPS. 160 energy per second. Easy peasy. Already kind of a badass. This ship is good. Hey, I thought I had an orange accumulator. Well, I haven't been finding very many of these, so I'll go ahead and upgrade this one for 8 flux instead of 7. Still have 12 space. Notice we are not running harder components, but we are running nano components. This ship does have a base weapon value of 16, which is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. It's worth upgrading if you're going to stick with this one for a while. Personal opinion. Okay, we got the Dio Sweeper. We got way too much power. It looks great cloaked. So we need what? Another 600 power to perma cloak. Uh-oh, we're out of space. Oh no, we got it. That's permacloak. It's so much generator power. Oh cool, we can do that. We don't need it for that. Okay, cool. I like it. Am I forgetting anything other than... I mean, if you're gonna have all that extra energy anyway, you might as well go crazy with it. I think it's worthwhile. I don't think I ever docked... I didn't dock my ships. Good golly. Now this thing does have hangar space, but it's only 5, so I can't have both of my... Yikes, that's unfortunate. Not exactly a lot of armor, but I think it's more than non-battle cruisers still. I'm not sure. I forgot to dock them. She got attacked again, but at least that time she worked out. Okay. Now, I'm not going to bother removing her from the fleet. So not 96-104. We're going to take this bastard out. That's it then, huh? That's one I don't want. Where's the other gate? It'd have to be really far off to the edges, huh? Oh, I like that wide trail. It's like a musical staff. Relic. Oh. No, it's just the one that's not controlled. Okay. Alright, gotta plug my headset in. Easy peasy. I keep the cord hooked on nearby. Oh, excuse me. Good lord. Woo! It's that time of year. when allergies creep up in whole new ways that you never expected. Wow. Oh, there it is. I had a pretty good chunk of flux attached to it. Having to rely on a pair of... Oh my goodness. These improved lasers, they... Whew. Definitely need to let the full amount of flux charge up before you engage another enemy of that caliber. I'll go out on a limb and say that these probably make excellent support ships. But you definitely want some kind of fleet support. See the little blue? That's the capacitor. Charge in the flux. No flux given. Oh, yeah. Hi there. Easy enough. Can I catch him? Let's find out. Yep. Alright. Let's get this stuff set up correctly. Whoops. That. Okay. Yeah, I'd say this is a nice boat. Checks out. Thumbs up. This is your first opportunity to... I don't want any of this stuff. Heavy laser beam, fine. I'm pretty sure I have too many of those in orange. Too many. Apparently not, though. No, I have 5. It's not too many, but... it's getting there. Interesting. Makes a decent enough armor build against regular enemies. Obviously, that's not too big of a hurdle to clear. But it also took on a equal class gold star. Although I did... Technically I have him outclassed because he doesn't have a spinal mount weapon, so it's not super fair. Neither does this guy, but... I don't know if it's just me, but that felt like a really fast charge. Uh-oh. He is pursuing. He is regretting. Oh good, I can reverse faster than he can forward. No repair beam? Alright, thanks anyway, I guess. Oh, he's got boosters now. Congratulations. I don't need no stinking controls. Fuck you, inertia. I don't need any more of your bullshit. Mark 3s, okay. Hey, is your ship too fast? Save a tiny bit of power. Actually, in capital, it's a pretty useful amount of power. Thangy light armor. Which might be better for this thing. It's got a naturally strong maneuverability and speed to it. Maybe the heavy armor is the problem. Even with the hit to its repair percentage, the light armor, or even Terran armor might actually make the ship more viable. Whoa! Crap, I wasted it. But I'm also damaged a bunch. This is gonna get weird. Level 58. Like, the frigate alone's a huge pain in the ass. It looks like it's trying to charge something. It is. Its nose mount is a charging weapon. Shit. And he doesn't even need it. No, I didn't mean to hit the brakes. Damn it. Oh my god. Here comes the bounty target. Welcome, welcome. Great. That stuff. In 20 seconds, you're gonna regret it, man. I'm gonna flux you up, bro. Clear path. Not gonna hit any rocks before I get to him. It's one thing these beams are good for. Making sure I got a clean shot. This is nice, I like it. Nova referred to it as the battle axe. Ah, shit, that's not good. Oh, that's not good. Oh, I should have cloaked. I forgot to cloak. That would have fixed the whole thing. Always cloak instead of dying, right? Oh, we have a creator. I will not pretend to pronounce your name, but you can try to tell us what it is phonetically if you like. I'm pretty bad at pronunciation until I got a little bit of something to work with. The one who makes many ships. Alright, so that's that boat. That's pretty cool. I'm glad I remembered not to save so that my Achilles would be all set up. Now the other one's only more exciting because it's, well, maybe not only. I won't say only, but I will say that it is very exciting because it is the first of its kind. Pardon me. Oh, look at this poor jackass. Got his ass kicked by my tertiary weapon system. Skyler, welcome back. If you wanna, maybe not into the rock. There you go. It's like you're trying to push a rock into my hangar bay, and I don't like it. Okay. Alright. It is the Valkyrie, Children of Terra, Battle Frigate. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. And yes, it is kind of a mini Achilles. It's a great way to look at it. A handful of these could really take care of some business. I don't know, maybe one of my Achilles goes away and I put a couple of these in. We'll see what happens. But first, of course, we have to see how will it do as a flagship. Oh yeah, everybody dock. Everybody dock. Everybody. All of you. Because we have to test it by itself. See how crazy it is. Now, a lot of it's going to be pretty much the same, just obviously scaled back a bit. Navi. Why do I keep doing that? Just assuming that the first ones are gunners. Makes sense somehow. They never are. Toilet. Where's that legendary supervisor? There it is. Put you in the wrong place. Cool. Just to get some of that stuff to develop more. It's not like it's going to help us here. Now, I think we will try this with 2 large reactors, and that should probably be, if not more than enough. We'll go with a pair of large batteries just to keep it the mild side. Heavy, of course. Can't use capital. EO sweeper. This is so exciting. Can't use that. Could use a pirate heavy booster. That brings it up to 96 speed from 80. Respectable. Okay, 28.1 is our limit. We can get there with 3 of these. It does use 18 power. Rather than 9. Is that worth 1 space? Well, we'll see. It looks like already our reactor is a bit over the top. Now, I have a feeling... What was that? Wrong one of those. I have a feeling that it might actually be better off with drones, repair drones. But I don't have my best repair drones with me. Not my best. So I will probably stick with the improved repair system. And, you know, before we get into combat mods, we'll go with Terran armor. Let's put some weapons on. Yeah, but let's put the good ones on. It's a good 8-point weapon, huh? I haven't made any, so it would be this, or I could put that there. 760 DPS, range of 140, range of 130. Heat's not really much of a consideration on this particular part, but maybe a little bit kinda. It's more that 130 power versus 30 power. But again, we have too much power, so I guess it could go either way. I kind of want to see it with a beam though. I feel like it's just the right way to do it. Oh, as I forgot to check again, one of those is on the lead cannon. Boom. 15 heat and 126 power for 2200 DPS. 260 range. Charges for 2 seconds. That's fast. That's right. I think I already knew that. Fires for 3 seconds and a constant beam. What's the 20-second cooldown? Excellent. Excellent. So which gunner goes there? Because it doesn't need to be heat or range. Is 36 the best damage? Or yeah. That brings it from 2200 to 30,000. Okay. And everything else is a point defense beam. So technically I don't need any combat mods, but the damage boost is nice. I'll leave those on for the moment. The Terran Mantle, if we engage that, what are we doing? We do have positive energy. We are permacloaked. That's fantastic. Okay. So once again, we change that to 2, that to 1, that to 3. And where's that other little piece that goes with it? I thought I'd put that on already. Oh. Ha ha ha. Now it's almost 4,000. Don't forget your Optronic computer, man. It's there for a reason. Honestly, I don't know what else to do with it. With a Terran Mantle on. Oh, it doesn't even need that. I could put a 1 point on. Okay, maybe not. Mark 2? Do I have a regular Mark 2? I have a Mark 3. Well, it still uses less power. It doesn't get it to full. Hilarious. So we do need all 3 of them to be the orange. Okay, got it. Hey, wait a minute. What happened? How did that happen? That's what I was trying to do. There. Yeah. Good golly. And still 11 space. I guess I could put some armor plating on it to beef up the repair. Some heavy duty plating. What does that add? Another 40? 40, okay, so that's less than 2 per second. Okay, well, I don't know. What else would I put there? A solar reactor? What's our warp range? 2400 battery? Good lord, that's a lot of warp range. 3,000. Okay. Well, if I get rid of one thing, I can put a huge battery on. What's the one thing? Do I even need 300 power? I don't think I do. What was it for cloaking? I think I'm too close to the line there. Oh, yeah. Good lord. There's always lithium armor, but it's so low on actual armor points. It's half. Ooh, no. That's too far. Too far. Does it need the permacloak? Does it need a 3-point booster? It's going 120. Okay. Problem solved. Not that 120 wouldn't be just tons of fun. Oh, it's not even compatible. I knew that. I knew that. But we can put another large battery on. Yeah. I don't have an orange one, though. I bet it's on the ship. That's okay. It gets us to that point, right? Yeah, okay. It's over the threshold. We're good to go. Don't force an orange where lower power purple will do. Or just a purple in general. Alright, everything is set to auto. No. Who is on the nose? It's the only gun. It's the only gun other than point defense. You don't have to put point defense there, but you know, you tell me what you put there, and you know, you tell me. Okay, it does 100 without a booster. Now that's a light. Yeah, looks like a lightsaber. Anytime you make a long, narrow ship like that with a ridiculous beam weapon. Let's see the. Yep, there it is. That could be brighter, I think. The blue. It's hard to see from up high. Ah, oh, damn it. I'm trying to take a screenshot, damn it. Oh, there's the gate. Cool, let's do that. It'll look better on a blackout anyway. That buys us time. Hey, hey. See you later. How's it going, guys? This thing. Woohoo! This thing's pretty good when it's got. I feel like 4,000 armor is a little overpowered. I put some extra plating on it with some orange Vangi. Or no, this is the. This isn't even the most. This is Terran armor. The Vang, it's 47 damage resistance, and I'm not even wearing the Vangi heavy armor. I'm doing pretty good. That is so crazy. I've got orange Mark IV heavy impulse, so this thing goes like 100 without a booster. And it's recharged. And it permacloaks. Oh, almost. Oh, turn that off. 0.4. Close enough. It definitely cloaks for more than 20 seconds, which I should probably... I could reduce the reactor power for more armor by setting it so that you only need about 20 seconds. And maybe a little bit to warp with. Now, it's not doing a lot of damage. But it's not like bad or anything. It's an orange ultra laser. It's like 4,000 DPS, so against the hunter fleets, it's kind of like, you know, come back when you got 10 of those. But that's sort of the point, right? I mean, the fact that it even survives that long against those guys as just a frigate by itself, pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. And I guess 8. If you can cloak for 2 minutes, you can come out with all 8 flux. Let's try that again with the flux generator fully charged. Oh, 97. It only goes 97. Darn. It's brutal, man. I want to fire it just to screw around, but but then the flux won't charge. There's no way, like, once you have flux charged up, you can't not use it. Wait. Oh yeah, drone bays. That's right, I forgot it has drone bays. So that 78 recharge can go up. You can have 2 drone bays. There's 4 drone bay space, yeah. But it's like you fly around trying to decide whether or not you should kill something with point defense or your regular weapons, and it's a common dilemma, but for a completely different reason. Normally it's more of a matter of accuracy and just your... or whether or not they're using missiles against you, and it's just easier to just fire the weapon that's already going to be knocking them down. But with this thing, it's just like, well, is it going to take more than 20 seconds to kill this guy? I guess so. But then there goes your flux, right? So now what do you do? Level 52 station, somewhat resistant. Single flux. Barely enough to knock its shield down. So we'll cloak. See, the nice thing about not needing a booster is that extra power while you're cloaked. All your extra power goes towards repairs. And then once that's done, about 1,000 seconds worth of time cloaked. 3 flux. Let's see, I got about 4,000 of his armor down. The shield wasn't that big, but it did take up most of it. So, I don't know. Exactly, it's like I feel like I'm a shark, which I kind of hope the pirates get something to that effect. Oh my. The problem is, do I stay cloaked for 2 minutes or 20 seconds? Because every 15 seconds only adds 50% damage. I would have to actually, like, step away and do the math on that. Can't do it in my head and play. But I feel like I should have had a charge by now. Ah, damn it, where's that stupid one piece of equipment? Well, that's something. Yeah, let's do this right. There's a reason I was doing it the way I was doing it earlier, and it's because it works. But it was so hard just to find that bit of extra space. Although I'm not warping far, I could just... Right. What's the difference? Alright, so I'll be able to get 7. And then... let's put on one of those. Call it a day. Alright. It's hard to imagine an entire playstyle built around doing this. I think, yeah, if you have like a bunch of them in a fleet, That'll do something. You'll have the ability to change targets a little more often. Start hitting something else relatively quickly. Otherwise, you can totally just stalk somebody until... Oh, we don't need that on. Crap. Now we're down to 2 minutes. Oh no. There's 5. Plenty of time. Oh, there is the asshole brigade. Shooting at me, oddly enough. Nice. Now that put a dent in the bastard. Hopefully the fleet doesn't go off and repair him. I think I need to make a weapon for this thing. Damn it, you got in the way. I should have saw that coming. Alright, I think we'll just stick to 20-second cycles here. I was thinking of a way to incorporate fleet ships cloaking without having to make a whole big song and dance about it. And it was to have it to where they just automatically only cloak when you cloak, but they always cloak when you cloak. So whatever hotkey you assign for a cloak always gives them the command to do it as well. Too soon. Could be a fun thing to incorporate. Full stealth fleet strategy. Without having to get into different AI scripts. Again, too early. You don't need a whole bunch of AI scripts for them to cloak or not cloak. Lateral thrusters, alright. Oh, and a peacemaker to scrap, cool. 4%. Alright, now let's see what we can do about some of these jerks. You know, I like the idea of starting with the missile guy, who seems to be the best at shooting me when I'm invisible. That is a lot of tiny missiles. Bye now. He's probably sitting right there in front of me just staring at me. Yep. When moving makes you easier to detect? Yes. Yes, I am. Hey, where'd he go? You SOB. Get back here. Hi. Bye-bye. Whew. 14 for... Alright. So I know I could get at least one flux in. Oh, you dick. Why aren't both of you always shooting at him? Keep shooting at him. Even though his shield is technically still going up when you do. Alright. The easiest way to pace these guys for me is to watch the tail of their ship at the edge of the screen rather than the gap between us. Oh, I guess you were wise enough to be far enough behind him that should I split him in two, you wouldn't get hit by the overkill. Very smart. But not smart enough. Yes, these are the actual noises I would make over the radio as I'm cloaking. Boop boop. Bye now. Just kidding. And I would put an echo effect on it that increased as I became invisible, just to screw with them. Now, they are close enough together this time. So I just have to make sure by aggro that they don't separate. Come on, get closer to him. Come on, hurry, his shield's recharging. Oh, that's something. As long as that guy's shield doesn't recharge completely. Well, it's not going to be easy with the cloaking thing for the player because that's very precious equipment space on most ships, but it could be... Actually, it could be added to the panel. Warp out when below or cloak when below. You know, add that as the next line. So there'd be dock, warp, cloak. That way you can have them cloak in combat to avoid aggro and to shed aggro and avoid getting splash damage. But if they are still getting splash damage while they're cloaked, then you can have a backstop to have them dock, and if they can't dock quickly enough to avoid getting destroyed despite being cloaked, then they'll just warp out. So a 3-stage plan. Gotta say, the 2-stage plan is already pretty good. I'm just saying that if you did incorporate fleet being able to cloak, then it would just kind of be a natural additional feature. In my opinion, right. Of course. Oh, it's... Now, okay, these aren't the minus 400,000 fleets, but this is minus 150,000. Like, these ain't slouches. And I did die once earlier, but, like, I'm on the second wave this time. Oh, look at this guy. See? There is a use for my point defense. I just have to get him to expose them. He's doing that thing where he guards his drones. Well, now he's not. I'm just doing a bad job. There we go. He thinks he's winning. Just let him believe. Just scraping drones off the side like barnacles. Come on, tell me that's not kind of cool. Even though I'm about to explode. But so is he. Of course, I have to keep reminding myself the stronger fleet ships get, or the stronger anything player's side gets, the more complicated and destructive an enemy you have to make to withstand it. Although these hunter fleets do a damn fine job when they get so big that there's nothing you can do to kill them fast enough. Like, even if you have a single powerful weapon or 4 ships with that one powerful weapon, they don't necessarily congregate tight enough to just make it an automatic instant win. Now, of course, 20 to 30 seconds later, you get another shot and you can definitely start stacking it, but those fleets will start to overwhelm you, I think. In their current form, I think they can successfully overwhelm pretty well. But we shall have to test it. Yes. We'll find out once and for all, no matter what Chancellor Gowron has to say. Whoa. Here, tightly packed. It does always feel strikingly awkward to fight enemies that only have Vulcan when you're using an armor build. It's just like, hey, you hate shields? I hate shields. Wait, who's got the advantage here? And you kind of just shrug and just fight. A slightly less complicated battle. Doof knock. Ah, I see they've got the see-through cloak skill. There is more. Oh, now there's small ones. Good, let's... 2 flux. Ooh. Oh, that is unfortunate. Not even one. Can we mop it up before the next charge? Nope. That was a near-death experience. I do not know if I'll get a chance to shoot at that guy. I'll try to work it out so I can. And hopefully I get him and one other. Okay, cleaned up my mess, and no, we did not get another kill. So it took 2 bursts, 2 full charges to kill one guy. Because I missed. I mean, not like anything else should have happened there, other than me not missing. Very, very funny. Bye-bye. That's right, I'm going 100 backwards. Fuck you. Suckers. Like, suddenly I was just gonna be anywhere. Yay, I got my 2-fer. We're back at 1 for 1. 3 out of 3. Sleepy Dragon combat style. It's not total garbage. Do as I say, not as I do. That's not bad, though. I did find another one, too. I I could strip down all my Achilles and just amass a bunch of these. What if that was more devastating? I don't know. That's hard to think about. I guess I would have to make a custom weapon for it and see what it comes out as. Who's torping? Who's torping? Look at you. Where is it? I don't see him anymore. I don't see any more torpedoes. Nice try. Better luck next time. You want some point defense? Or you want some defense pointers? Oh! Burn. They are much faster. They just struggle at that speed to really make an attack. I don't hate it, man. This is great. Yeah, we're definitely going to go make a weapon for this thing. It's got to be done. It deserves it. No doubt. How much did I? Yeah, there we go. Are you for serious? Shut the fuck up. I mean, that would be a good thing to do to start with it. Just the fact that you could easily mine up some cash really fast or mine for materials for crafting. Is the ability to craft something that will have to be unlocked in the final game? Or will it be like it is now where, oh, hey. I could have been charging Flux that whole time. Just saving all of it for that guy. Well, you know, I mean, you do have to focus on one target at a time, but it's a frigate, so like that, I think that's normal, right? Like it's not a fleet counter. It's not going to counter a whole fleet unless they're shuttles, and it can just, you know, obviously outmatch them with sheer firepower. But when you look at versatility, the question is, I mean, two major dimensions I would look at obviously are regarding how it compares to its peers, other frigates, and, you know, just as a battleship in general. Does it feel like a battleship? Yes, absolutely. It definitely feels like it fits that label. Physical profile, general setup, I mean, absolutely. It does almost feel backline or defensive in a way, by kind of like the Empress did, although the Empress did have forward guns outside of the spinal mount, which they're fixed, but they were close enough together that at that scale it should be fine. You shouldn't be worrying about a ship that's too small. If you're having trouble with a ship that's too small for that, then you're fighting a fleet. You should probably have a fleet of your own. Or maybe the odd, you know, it hits a Corvette pretty well. Even the narrower, like the Nightmare and this thing, shouldn't be too hard for it to land hits on. There's a thing when you talk about a ship being specialized, right? Like, is it specialized but also has really high stats in general? Like, its stats on average are high? So even though it may technically have a specialty, is it just inherently versatile just because it has better stats in general? So again, comparing it to its peers. And then, of course, the other dimension is versus what you designed it for. And I would say the answer to what was this ship designed for, it's, well, I would think from a more back-end point of view, more from the design side, that it was like, well, there's nothing wrong with the Archimedes, and it's a good ship. But the Children of Terra are military, and it seems more like a support ship. And, you know, what would it take to get to the other side of the spectrum from there? Not just saying there's a less combative ship, so now we make combat ship, but how far from the middle is the Archimedes that you would want the Valkyrie to be to fulfill a role that's, I mean, basically just more aggressive, more of a frontline ship. Even though the capital weapons have excellent range bonus, that doesn't mean you necessarily want them in the back. It does have those 4-point defense spots, so it can hang in the front and intercept some missiles and generally protect other ships. Oh, crap. I just used all that flux on a nobody. I wasn't thinking. So, how does it compare to other frigates? I mean, it's blue, so obviously the stats are going to be high, so what's its weakness, right? And not necessarily combat weakness, but what's its low stat, right? So it has good speed, it has good agility. I don't know if they're great for the frigate class. I think they're like kind of middle high, right? But the cargo space is low, and it's not a carrier. And I mean, what would you compare it to? Like the frigate Beetle, a Raven, a Scourge? I mean, a V4. This thing versus a V4, you know? I mean, ooh. Because the V4 is kind of a very middle ship, which is typically where you expect a frigate to be. And I like that the Children of Terra have that dual role because they're rebels. Their ships are often going to be in convoys for defensive, but in small cells. So the Archimedes and Valkyrie combo, you get that small cell, but all your bases covered kind of action. You know, the Archimedes seems like it would be more capable at countering a swarm of smaller ships, whereas the Valkyrie excels against one large target. Almost did it again. So that's why I was kind of hoping not to have any enemies on me. Maybe I'll do a warp back, which feels kind of cheap, but normally I wouldn't do it. It's like save scumming to just warp out just to get rid of the guys when I don't, because I want to do something else. But I'm trying to save my flux for this. We're gonna rock this guy right quick and see what happens. That is 7 flux on a 4090 DPS weapon. We have put a massive dent in a Ravager. That's 15 out of 20. Wow. So we did like 40% of its armor after its shield. Now its shield is recharging pretty fast. I don't think it's a huge shield. Yeah, 13,000. Let's hit it with a 2 charge and see what that does. Okay, predictably much less. But yeah, this thing can easily knock drones off of itself. It can easily shoot down inbound missiles. Its slim profile makes it good at dodging things. I don't have any lateral thrusters, but I do have a natural 4 strafe speed, so I can kind of move, but it doesn't really matter. The thin profile is not just for strafing. It's, you just turn into the fire and you take less damage, you know, you don't have to miss everything. So since his shield's already recharged, I might as well let one more flux charge get in just to make it worth punching him. But I do want to take this Guardian out. See, I went straight for point defense, but I did mention that, you know, I mean, screw it, right? This thing's nimble, maybe it's pretty quick. You may not really need point defense. You might be able to just put like some medium burst lasers on there and get pretty far. I guess those are probably on the high side of single point weapons, but pretty much any single point weapon there is going to be useful, and eventually you can always make one too. Oh yeah, because they're all triple. 4 missile launcher. I see, and as a missile boat, you could do tons of damage. Tons of damage. So if you put this thing next to an Archimedes, and the Archimedes has the point defense, and this thing just kind of stays close enough that it hides behind the Archimedes if there's too many missiles coming, it can just swoop around. That way, instead of having to run from the missiles constantly, you just let the Archimedes knock them down and go back about your business. I think it would make an excellent pairing. I kind of want to do it, but that Ravager, I gotta say, time involved, yeah. That was pretty easy though. I can't wait to see the evolution of the Ravagers. I feel like that's gonna catch a lot of us off guard. Oh, 47. Okay, we could still get tech level, but not from very many things. Oh yeah, you could triple mine too. This thing could be a mine boat with the cloaking. You could totally sneak up on a Ravager and drop some mines around it. And then decloak your fleet on the far side of the mine. Just run them in a long strip. And one end is the Ravager and one end is your fleet. And just have them drive straight through it. You just have to know the aggro range. And keep your fleet from charging ahead. That was neat. That Ravager is gone. Gone skis. Oh wow. 2 bosses and an elite, huh? Bring it on. Alright, let's go after the big one while I've got the 6 flux. Maybe I'll get a 7th one by the time. Oh, Gold Star Frigate has 8,000, he's got 14, but who's going to have the higher damage resistance? Well, I know this one's going to do more damage in general, so we'll go ahead and... Ah, I hit the wrong button anyway. But yeah, you put a few of these in your fleet as missile boats, and what, like 2 of these and 2 Archimedes? You could lead that with anything. They would be pretty self-sufficient as long as you kept them on a tight leash and they stayed near each other. Stop to kill the repair guy really fast. No, it's okay, guys. Go ahead and shoot at him. You can. Let's go scrap this Peacemaker right quick. 3%. Ain't what it used to be. There's no way to clear that and still maintain my shot direction. That's not worth anything anymore. Damn. You really don't think I'll use it on you, do you? What? Oh, it only got his shield. Alright, where is... There we go. Wow, there's a lot of them around here. Oh my, I wasn't expecting that. Oh my, yes. 29,000. Well, we cut away 7,000. And he's not really landing a lot of hits. But he's landing enough. Out of 29, we got about 6,000 off him. Plus he's repairing. Shit. Plenty of time. No, they're repairing him. Guess who just volunteered for death ray practice? Oh, you're gonna be sneaky, huh? We're just guessing where he is. We don't know. Quick, turn away from him. One repair ship down. And there is a benefit to this tactic. It makes taking out the repair ships easier. Although they are clearly sick of my bullshit. That much is clear. 3%. Ah, damn it. Damn. Oh, snap. Uh-oh. Don't tell me. Did I ever save it? Oh, crap. I don't think I ever saved it. Derp. Super derp. That's okay. That's an easy build to replicate. Just like last time. I already remember all the decisions. Ooh. Actually, we are going to run a fleet of those. A little bit differently. Tough call every time. Every time. There it is. Way to the Valkyries. Hello. Go away. Thank you. Oh yeah, then there's mining. Mining with this thing. I would totally do that as punishment to one of my battle frigate captains. You're on mining detail. Aw, but there's no mining ships around. No. Not what I said. Let's see. So, I can fit a weapon on each of these, and I can do 2 missile launchers and 2-point defense, because that's kind of important early game, and that would still leave me 6 to put on the front. What would I do for that? Just like 2 of these for now would probably be something, even though that's most of my cash and it's going to be kind of hard to do much of anything. Oops. Organization, please. Come on now. That goes there. These 2 go here. And that's it, right? Yeah, it won't let me put anything else on the front. Wait, do they sell any 2? No? Not it? Nah? Oh, okay. Oh, it looks so good. The 1 required. Okay. When's the last time you used a single burst light laser? Oh, missed. Spinal mount burst light laser failed. I screwed it up. Should probably go buy a gyroscope or something, huh? Maybe turn the weapon system all the way up. What's the power consumption? 2.6 and 6 heat. Okay. I think we can do that. I kept that mining laser in case that's actually what I want to go do really fast to get some materials. But I think instead I will just hurry the hell up with... Wow, 1 whole turning speed each, huh? Holy crap. Okay. Let's go find some cash. We're gonna be fighting a lot of people. He's like, oh yeah, what are you gonna do? There we go. I know how to fix that. Alright. Whew. Alright, so... Yeah, I didn't buy any missiles because I knew they would just run out really fast and I would probably find some along the way, which is probably better than spending money on it. I should probably see what the full effect looks like. Yeah, a couple of gunners is going to be really helpful. Hey, look at that thing I don't need. really hesitant to collect junk when it's this slow going. There's almost something that maybe it's just because it's similarly shaped as the pirate ship, the proportions I mean. But sometimes I feel like I'm gonna do like impact damage to something. Hey yo! It feels like a ramming weapon, but that could just be the shape of it. Got him. It's nice to be going 40 right off the bat, though. I'll say that much. That is really, really nice. Yay, 3 more. Okay, let's do one more. Okay, 11.9 turning. That's functional. Didn't I say that last time? I was wrong. Hopefully now it is. Ah, damn it. If at first you don't succeed, you get exactly one more chance, and then you're fucked. And that's the end of it. Alright. Spinal mount ready! Okay, I'm feeling it. It's time to move forward. Let's take this thing out into the wild. Could be pretty risky. I think it's oh, escape pod. A gunner and a pilot. Well, I think I need another generator. And another gunner. What are the other options here? Oh, a navigator and an engineer and a first officer. Ooh, this is going to get good. This is going to get real good. Mining laser damage. Guess what you get to do? Terrible aim. Damage resistance. They just have that one gunner, huh? I'm supposed to sell all my hard-earned loot and still not have enough to hire them? Damn it. Here, enemy, enemy, enemy. I just need to blow up a one thing. Just a one thing. Bye now. Is that enough to hire somebody? 6 for, oh, 20 bucks. Not even, I need 19 and change. Where can I get 19 bucks and change? If only somebody would buy this damn blue crystal off me. Oh, I guess I'll save the blue crystal to make a weapon. Maybe they'll buy the junk. That could be worth 20 bucks, right? Now that I'm just kind of already going that way. I still need a generator after that. Yay! Cool. And that leaves me 40 bucks for lunch. Sweet. Now we can hit 2312. Oh, of course it's the farthest one. Well, that's not much farther. Let's go with our instinct. Instincts, I say. Follow your instincts. They'll guide you true. Oh, a relic in the starting system. That's a good omen. Especially being the first. We haven't left yet. You get an ancient relic in the starting system before you've actually left. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good start on the rarity. I like it. The Vengi Death Ray is not bad at all. It's definitely a different thermal and energy balance than most of my crafted stuff. Wow. Is this a level 5? It said 21. Shenanigans. Well, no, I mean, its thermals are really low. Like, I'm used to using a lot of Nadalo combat mods to offset the heat just a little bit. But I finally had it set to where words evaporate from my mind. I finally had it in a good place for one of the weapons that I was using, but then I switched back to my beam build. But I'll show you in a second. Six combat mods. With it on spinal mount. Hold on. Pirate heat sinks too. This is my Ludicrous Cannon. It's not as good as that. I will put it to you that way. Let's see here. So it 400 power, 520 heat, almost 3000 DPS. This one's a little higher. Mine doesn't get as hot, but it doesn't have as good a range, and it uses a little bit more power, but the damage is slightly higher. So, I mean, if you got the extra power and prefer to take some thermal off, and you don't mind the range drop, then that's a good trade-off. This one is basically just a rebuild of the same thing as a 12 point instead of a 10 point or 11 point. Same thing, just different core color here. The Ludicrous Cannon is extra special. It's got all the fixins. 13,000 base DPS, which becomes 47,000 on equip. But then there's my Plasma Cannon, which is a whole different monstrosity. See, the Ludicrous Cannon also has 1400 thermal along with it. This one's slightly higher thermally. The Big Bada Boom. It's Fifth Element reference. Big Bada Boom. It's when she's first gets her hand on a computer and she starts. No, that was when she cried. It was something he was talking about, something exploding. Multipat, yeah, exactly. But these are insane weapons. I mean, the Vangi Death Ray is almost 3,000 DPS. This one's only 2 points larger and it's 8,600. But when you put it on the spinal mount and then take off 40% of the heat generated, you're basically knocking off 90% heat. And Lyos confirmed that this is intended for me. If you meant for the percentages to stack or be sequential, because that makes a huge difference here. I'm basically only bearing 10%. The ship is only bearing 10% of the amount of heat that it should be from this thing. Half goes away as a spinal mount, and 40% goes away from having that crew person on it. So it stacks to basically being 90% off, rather than cutting it in half and then taking 40% of the remaining 50%. So you cut it in half, it would be, call it 750, and then you take 40% off of that. What's 750 times 0.6? $450. So it would basically be 3 times that heat if it calculated the half damage for the spinal mount first, or the half heat, sorry, if it calculated the half heat for the spinal mount first, and then other modifiers for heat come off from your crew. Because if you did it that way, where it was sequential, taking the percentages off, then it would be 450 heat per second, which might be more reasonable. But if you don't want to do that, I'll be extra happy, because I like 150. But I don't know if being able to get 90% of the heat off, and maybe more. I don't know what other. Not to mention the fact that if you don't want to use this many combat mods, you can always just use Nitro, because there. That's basically enough. That would be 144, which covers that for its gapping. It doesn't overheat. I've tested it with Nitro. And so that frees up 9 space for armor. Of course. What else would I do with it? Legendary Nitro, nice. That is very helpful. Well, the star just means that there's special properties. What indicates that it's a spinal mount is just when you hover over it, it gives you the tooltip. Charges slowly for devastating outcome. And I like that the tooltips aren't like purely technical. That it's like, it's more of like if somebody was describing it to you, rather than just saying, you know, heavy weapon type, blah blah blah. It has flavor. It has personality to it. A sense of responsibility for when you go to use a weapon like that. I mean, but it's not like I have orange ones, right? I have so much left it's not orange. So let's see, if we put, okay, so this thing, 32,000 damage, right? So under the same conditions, if we put the Vangi Death Ray in, 50 heat. 50. So it's just like any weapon that I put in there. And I had a bunch of these Death Rays. I just scrapped a bunch of them so that I could actually use them, because my tech level sucks. It's I had like 8 of them. I probably went through more than that. I don't think I've ever found an orange Nadalo combat mod, but it would be cool. Now, I will say that the Vangi Death Ray at almost 11,000 damage is nothing to be upset about. I mean, that is one righteous damn weapon. And that's, you know, where's my... However, oh, 150. I gotta put those other combat mods back on. Because this thing will burn out. This thing will burn out really, really fast. Let's just... I don't think I have any pirate heat sinks on this one at all. Or maybe they're on other ships, I don't remember. Oh. Fine. That should be enough. And the power... Yeah, that's enough power. So of course, I can't just bust this thing out and not have a little fun with it, because, well, come on. Oh, no Ravager. No anything. I wonder if there's anything around here. It's so quiet. Oh yeah, and those front two mounts, just in case anybody didn't know, they are triple, and they only minus 20% damage instead of the expected 33 that most 3-barrel platforms take. So 420 DPS times 3. Insanely powerful. Yeah. I wonder if the weapon heat generated modifier can go lower than that. Or higher, if you can get a bigger percentage of heat removed. Because that would further complicate things with that thermal. Oh yeah, this will be good. Four flux charges is more than enough. And total. Got them all. So as fun as the Vangi Death Ray is, I'm still leaning on crafted weapons, but also again, really excited for being able to craft a Vangi weapon. Well, this time we'll only have 2 flux. So depending on the... Oh well, close enough. So yeah, the spinal mount has definitely changed the game on relic farming. Relic hunting, I should say. I don't like to call it farming, it sounds so derogatory, like it's somehow synthetic when it's actually just regular gameplay. But it seriously just splits the hell out of these guys. But that's what makes it so fun to start out with a fresh game. Because you need to get to see all kinds of silly weapons in that front spot. And now that our fleet ships can use them as well, oh man, huge. Shredded. dark sector is Syndicate space, huh? Alright, well let's save here and then go attack some pirates. My first spotlight. Cannon ammo. I don't want cannon ammo. I want missile ammo. I wonder how many times today I'll fire off the missile launchers without a target. Because that is my specialty. Damn it. They're just not going to let it happen. Hey, there's a burble. Hey, friend. I guess I'm going to have to buy some missiles. Seems like it, huh? Nice. Oh, are we angry about that, are we? Think so? Very well. Where's the other marauder? Oh, he's gone. Hey, armor. Cool. Whoop, 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 whoop. Don't shoot the knights, 'cause they're a bunch of dicks. Yeah, I don't even have good engines yet. Be nice to have some heavies, but I need some generators first. Come on, hit the guy. Come on. Shit. Oh, now. Fine. Alright, beautiful, beautiful. I like it, man. I like it a lot. He's like, what? Really? Wah! But it's not that strong. Hey, a reactor. Cool. Slab it on. Hell yeah, now we can turn the shields all the way up. And still be able to boost where we need... Oh my god, that repair bill. Holy shnikes. Alright, give me 100 missiles. What is that, 200 bucks? Alright, give me like 200. With 3. And then minor repairs. Let's do the basic. What do we got around here? There is... Oh, good. Plenty of stuff to do. Let's grab a couple of missions. Or just the one. Alright, off we go. Oh, they're telling me where to go. Cool. Oh, I'm back to needing another generator, because I put more shielding on. Wonderful, wonderful. That we can do. That I can do. One more would be awesome. Perfect. Now I'm quite satisfied. We shall kill all the things. Quickly! Oh. Oh. Hello. Whoops. There's one. I shot once without a target. Oh, good times. Good. Oh, it's a level 1. Jesus. Holy shit. Come on. They're not gonna have anything except, well, okay, they're done to job school and a pirate. Okay. Okay. Ah, I sold the missile ammo, damn it. There's another fun thing to count. How many times will I sell all of my ammo? Twisted Shout. Alright. Groovy. Groovy. Son of a bitch. Oh, I thought I locked in time. Ha! While you're busy pointing your point defense at me, I shot my missiles around it. Medium laser, oh yeah. The simple things you get excited for. Like space pilot weapon damage. Oh, you know, I didn't check to see if they sold repair drones. Need some repair drone bays still. Coughing away from the microphone. Do not taunt Happy Fun Ball. Damn it. Okay, we're gonna... That way we can target something, and then fire. Cool. That seems like it'll work a lot better. Derp. I could just put a small missile launcher on the front mount. Nah. Alright, fully repaired. No, we don't have... Okay. What about... None of those? Do I want that installed? Jump gates, I mean, that's useful. And they got this guy. That can't be bad. Do not sell the nozzle. Ooh. We got a big thingy thing that shoots. No, get out of the way, knight. Why? Why would you do that? Cool. And a warp drive. Neat. Heckin' A, man. Verified. Does not need cloaking device. Brutal without. Yeah, you want some too? How about that? Oh, look how many missiles I didn't need to shoot at you. Maybe I should put a delay on one so that I can stop the burst. Oh, it's still... Oh, because I'm not that much of a friend of theirs. Then I can choose to fire the second burst if I want to. Or just do this. Nice. Yeah, when you have missiles, you're not worrying about the overheating, so you can offset them that way without really having to think about it. Yeah, we're good on equipment space. We got lots of space. Feel like I should do another generator, a couple of chargers. Store that, sell. Still not buying that, of course. That, I have to go all the way around to get there. This one jumps all the way to here. 2219. I haven't even found that gate yet. The other one goes back to the 2814. Okay, we'll go that way. Easy peasy. Oh, you know what? They don't have one. I was gonna grab another booster, even though it won't do very much. It's still better than nothing. The single point boosters can actually be a little bit useful on a frigate. I'm not gonna call them like... I mean, look, I got one. It takes me... It gives you 2.2. That's worth the one space to get you, you know. You pop on 4 of them, you're almost 10 points faster. It's not bad. Although, 4 of them, you know, 24 powers, so watch out for that. You know, I've been driving toward optics like I always do, but I really don't mind this range much, and I don't know that I actually want much more range out of it. Ooh, look at that. Bonus. Ha! Conservative with the missiles. Oh, still wasted a few. Not bad. I like it. I had a feeling this ship as a new start was going to be a little too much fun for its own good, and I was dead on. As of yet, I don't see another frigate being very competitive with this thing. I mean, you can't ignore the potential of the Beetle, even with its low total damage, or low total weaponry. Let's do the thing. Right, so very, very base. It's 72 equipment, 10 weapon, right? Compare that to my favorite. You got a lot more weapon capacity there, but 6 less on the equipment space. Armor of 630, 850. 8.6 speed agility, 9.8. Raven's faster. definitely better against groups of smaller enemies. You use that extra bit of agility. The crew's smaller, so you're losing some there, but granted, you know, that's 5 gunners versus 3, so that already accounts for 2 of that. I mean, just compare it to its brethren. That thing has almost 100 cargo space on it. And it can carry shuttles instead of drones. That thing carries more drones than this. You can't ignore the critical chance and the cloaking device energy cost, though. I mean, this ship really fits that profile. Having that, well, anything with the spinal mount definitely does. With that cloaking strategy I was just using with it, it works really well. Compare it to their frigate, 18 and 70. And you're just like, oh, well, I want all that weapon capacity, but... And, you know, granted, it's easily competes as a blue against the Raven, especially with the extra energy damage and self-repair. Again, that 9.8, it's 10.8, so it's even faster. I think that's the fastest frigate. Well, tied with the Nightmare. Nightmare's at 10.8 as well. Let's see, frigates. That was an 8, 9, 8. See, that one's got 8 weapon capacity, and you've got 5 hard points to split it up across. Like, you get some good thermal use out of that thing for its low 60 compared to 72 equipment capacity, and it can carry a pair of shuttles. And 8.7, it's more agile in the same speed, like. So it's not over specialized, but there's definitely, and obviously the weapon capacity is deceptive because you have that spinal mount. But you get that 10% damage resistance, that critical chance, that cloaking, the bonus agility. I need to get some drones on mine. There's just so much potential there. And again, you slap it next to, wait, let me double check that shop, even though it's level 6 and you won't have anything better than what I've seen. Well, they do have large batteries. My top speed would be so low, but at least I would, like, accelerate. Then I can just slap on one of those. And once again, we're running out of power. But no, using it as a missile boat totally makes up for what would otherwise be limitations on these turrets. As a solo ship, again, in a fleet, these things would be brutal. If you weren't going to use something else as your point defense boat, you could just make one of these focus point defense with some custom single point PD beams, and its front mount could be a repair beam for who cares, you know? You're just going to hide behind it, basically. And then the rest of them can be missile boats with some kind of a nice heavy forward cannon. Yeah. Ooh, we got some warp ins. Large battery. Nice. A small laser. 2 of them. 2 small lasers. Can I just smash them together and make something cool? Okay. Alright. So our speed's about the same, 43. But we have some decent acceleration now. So it doesn't take all day to get there. Of course, that's less important on the smaller trips, but it'll be nice in combat. I'll say it again. If you're just running long trips across systems, use the next size engines down or something low power. Save your space for other stuff. Because unless you have an insanely high top speed, anyway, for what like an insanely high speed pilot or something. But for the most part, don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about acceleration. You could totally get away with impulse. But if you're planning on being in combat, use the appropriate size for that extra acceleration boost. You'll be very, very happy. Okay. We're going to hold off on any more of that for the larges. 2711. Let's do that. Yeah, I like this. I like that idea. Though these systems are pretty low level, I need to get rolling onto something a little more difficult. It's buffering. My bitrate's showing steady. Not sure about that. Red Skull. Oh, I already declared war on these guys. Well, that's never gonna make it. I'm not sure why I fired those. They definitely won't make it. Oh, you can't run away from me for that long. Huh. Okay, got 140 missiles left. We're doing all right. Lucky civilian. I don't think we're gonna have enough missiles for this. I think we need more launchers too. I went forward too fast. Didn't quite sync them all up. Sir? Sir? Do you understand you're being engaged in combat, sir? Excuse me. Poor little feller. Shouldn't have done that. He just a boy. Now that's grouped. But that guy's gone. Not chasing. Alright, here we go. Optics. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, get in that guy's way, sure. Get in the way of the missiles, that's fine. Yeah, you might not have charged those head on. You probably could have had a better plan there. Nice. Good split. Now what are we looking at here? 37? Yeah, now we're talking. Let's get brutal now that we're low on... Well, not too low, actually. It's a good number of missiles to have. Did it clear up? The buffering? Nice. Wow. That's one stout little bastard. So much for having plenty of missiles. Golly. Alright, let's move it forward. Oh, there's a marauder on my tail. Oh, those are a warp-in cluster. Look at them go. With the AoE weapons, if they're going to stay that close to each other, I'll just shoot at the... Nope, no splash damage. Oh well. That almost isn't worth it. And you wanted to fight. I'm fighting. Have to stay away from this asshole. Isn't there supposed to be a system around here? Or a station? Just far enough away that the missiles can reach a good center point and not sweep around them too laterally. He's trying to shoot him down. He's not very good at it. Sir, I did want you to follow me, you know? Thank you. I didn't pump all those missiles out just to watch you walk away. Or not walk at all, as it were. Technically speaking. comes. Yay! What do I want on this thing? Better crew? Defense? I mean... Again, I can either have not enough weapon space, although these two are point defense, so I could at least put a 7-point up here, but I'm eventually going to put point defense beams in there and only be able to put a 6 up front. I feel like eventually I'm going to want more than that. Ooh. Wow. Well, I'm gonna go find the station you're attacking and repair up, and then maybe I'll kite you around with missiles for a moment. Just use up the rest of my missiles first. Oh, fine, we'll do a bait. Hope none of these guys have Vulcan. I like that. Come on, get him. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Whew. Goodness. Yay. Awesome. Free space. Oh, and they have those. Sweet. I can't afford it. Yay. Oh, cool. So we're out. We're good. I was just gonna say, like, I'm kind of worried about doing damage to my friend, to the syndicate. Don't gotta worry about it. Uh-oh. Oh, the missiles are firing. I don't have any drones. I didn't actually pick up drones again. I always do this. Oh, damn it, they took it out. Well, crap. Looks like me and my missiles just weren't enough. That gate's pretty far away. Damn it. Nice. Oh shit, we did it. Woohoo! Flux capacitor. Damn right. Oh, okay, maybe not. You're damn wrong. But close. I don't have to pay for the repairs because we're all friends now. Hooray! Well, I don't have to wait for drones, I should say. Now I'm out of missiles. Ooh. And they don't sell them here. Hey! Kaboom! Cool. What other goodies do you have here? I don't really need that. Or that anymore. I don't really need any of that stuff. You got heavy shields? No. Let's do another one of these. Ooh. Out of money. Got any missions? Local delivery. Okay. Missile ammo. Fuck off. A silver. Nope. No. Well, a frigate could always use more equipment space. And weapon space. Yeah, let's do weapon capacity, because we'll use it. It'll end up being nice to have that extra 2 weapon capacity for a spinal mount. And I'm out of missiles. Guess what that means? Oh, lucky you. Think you can live for 20 seconds? Because you definitely won't live after that. Ooh, rapid medium laser. Another one of those, and I'll put that in the front slot here. Yikes. That's no good. No? You don't want to take off my one-sided weapon? Wow. Not even really denting the guy. We'll stick to no stars for now. Which means we should go back the way we came from. And buy some missiles and drones. Missiles and drones. Gotta have both. Or just another rapid medium laser. That'd be pretty good. But we'll definitely keep an eye out for more faction war battles here, because that's gonna be great. Awkward gun. Oh my. So super deadly. Rapid medium lasers up there are brutal. Oh, come on, give me some missiles. Mining laser. I believe this guy's warped in to kick my butt. Not sure how to break it to him, but that hasn't been working out for anyone yet. Woo. Looks like I need 2 more gunners, and it looks like I've got plenty of money to do that. Oh yeah. Ooh, flashy. Damn it, wrong one. Damn it. Uh-oh, you pissed off a civilian. Watch out, everybody, it's a bad civilian. Oh no. Uh-oh. Well, this could get interesting. That part wasn't much. Maybe when I get enough tech level for that flux capacitor. Because that guy's already recharged. What's my tech level? Oh, hey, we're not far away. Not far away. Killer. Good deal. This is the special kind of Wednesday. Okay. Sorry, civilian, kind of, not really, I don't care, go away. Simple mining laser. Okay. Thanks, guys. I thought I was going to have to be, like, careful hanging out here. Oh, that's funny. So the one from this system goes straight through, but this one has one overlapping it perfectly. Oh. So I can get there from either one. It's good, because it's kind of where I wanted to go already. Fine. I'm just ignoring you. You're not worth paying attention to. My gunner almost got you. Sucks to be civilian. I need another one of these weapons so bad. Satisfying crunch. Pretty good. Well, we got pirates warping in. And they're not attacking anyone. What's going on there? Makes me think they're here to meet somebody. Why would they want to meet somebody in a syndicate system? That seems so suspicious. Okay. No missiles. No. Not allowed. How about gunners? Bad. Very expensive for bad aim. Yeah, but you're still balanced, so... Yikes. I would like to... Yeah, that would totally hire you later on. Fine, we'll take terrible and terrible and terrible. And that'll leave the one. 3,000. Rather save up the 6, jeez. Fine, just do that. I don't care. There we go. 28-16, very good. All aboard. Let's get on out of here. Time to go. Time to roll the F out. Oh my. It's so easy to get stuck at stations like, what else do I need to do? What else do I need to do? It happens to me with games like this all the time. Just have to accept it. If you miss something, well, come back later. Who cares? Level 2? Do I smell a star killer? Almost. Get a lot more shield recharge. Let's see what we can do. Let's just see what it does. Oh, that's nice. Get a couple flux charges on that. We'll be sitting pretty. I only need 8 tech level for it. Although I've been neglecting my tech level a bit. Shouldn't be too hard to get it up. Cool. Alright then. Trying to think what kind of weapons I can craft in 8 space that aren't just going to completely overheat. And plus I'm ignoring that. Just regular old heavy impulse, huh? Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Oh well, it's 10%. Okay, that's actually really good. Thanks. without the sarcasm this time. I believe we can quite satisfied with that. Spinal mount ready. Need some drones and missiles still. I think we'll get those right up here. Excellent. Ooh, it definitely feels like time to go faster. If we zoom in, it doesn't seem as bad, right? Makes it feel like there's more going by. Oh. Plenty of space for shield generators, but nobody's selling heavies. I'll wait on that. No problem. Alright. So let's see, do I go out that way? No, let's go out this way, 2814. We were having fun out there. Syndicate 12. Some level 5 pirates to SWAT. Now that I got some decent gear in this, shouldn't be too hard to get a little bit of cash pickup. Ooh. Why did I buy missile ammo? I got rid of the missile launchers. Hey, maybe I can sell them for a profit of $194. Wow. You gonna make it there, bro? Do I need to come to you? Okay. Yikes. Almost got him. Got it this way, I get to use my spinal mount on him again. Let's see. 37. Let's go ahead and finish the exploration here. Hit that graveyard on the other side. Syndicate now honored. We got burbles. Just want to show you what I'm capable of. Not much. Hello, titanium. Small profit. Small profit. Uh-oh. Only one's got a star. That's no big deal. Should be able to make it to the gate. here. Alright. Alright. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. I never found the other gate out of here. But if I can get my tech level just high enough that I can start using flux on these guys, that'll be a lot more fun than it was last time. I mean, you almost got through my shield, but like, you're dead now, right? See, there's a hint. 4 missile launchers, and I could probably do some good housekeeping out here. But if I remember right, they didn't really have... Ooh, look at this Marauder. That could be worthwhile. Or insanely difficult. Let's just strafe away. Or faster. Okay. Well, there you go. Determined as he was, failure was inevitable. Yeah, why not? Put them all on auto, fuck it. I'll just pick the targets and hit F, and you guys can do whatever the hell you want. And eventually I won't even have to pick targets, I'll just fly around and let them shoot. Oh, but they still have to be facing it, don't they? Whoops. Forgot to aim. Yep, that's neat. Doing great on missiles. Yeah, my shields are holding. This is the one who's going to be a little bit of trouble with all this point defense, and now it looks like the station's got him under lock, and my missiles are picking him up guard. Yeah, we're good to go. Woo, 640 something credits. And a warp diverter. Ooh. My. Can I use that? I can use my flux capacitor. And I can equip a deuterium warp drive just to... Oh, it's going to take the... Yeah. Oh, really? That's all? But it's not going to let me have both, is it? No. No, okay. $40 seconds or warp drive. Let's go with that. I doubt anyone has the storage unit. That's okay. Wait. Oh, but that's a 2-point. Damn it. The range. What's the range on these? D20. So a crafted one is automatically better? I don't understand the DPS going down on that. That I do. That would be neat. And double the damage. Iron explosives and microchips? That can't be hard. They won't have any of it here, but... No, they have everything but the explosives. They don't want that. Okay, so I just need to find somewhere with explosives that's not that Vangy outpost. Not 2711. Where's the other gateway? I'll go find it. Forget it. Forget I asked. Nope, not talking to anyone. What? What the fuck? Uh-oh. That was what I meant to take off. Good grief. Somehow I took my engines off instead of my warp drive. Whoops. Work completed. Backwards. You're expecting technical dumplings. Please stand by me when you're not strong. Now, tell me, how did it feel when the missiles hit you? Did it hurt? Did it burn like ungodly hellfire? Oh, good. Alright, station. Oh yeah, I should probably turn that thing on. Whatever number that is. Oh, gateway. Where's the gateway? I need a gateway. Sure would be nice if I was a gateway around here. Only one flux. I'll only get one. That's going to take all day to charge. So cycling with the missiles may reduce your overall DPS, but you'll conserve a lot of missiles. In case anybody missed that earlier, but I think I called it out pretty effectively. Just in case. Alright, off we go. Let's get those drones running. It's only 4 repair per second, but you know, the money alone that it saves is worth it. I guess that's all it really saves. But it may not be much in combat, but at least it's something. A tachyon scanner. But how tacky? Never mind. Oh, repair your ass. I mean, yeah, that. We'll just go with that. Plus, it just looks cooler that they just never stop firing. So much for conservation, right? Oh my, that was all of them. That should be enough. Not that we're running out. Oh, nice. So we had 300. Now we almost have 300. Let's see how many asteroids we hit. Should only be about 3. That might be in the way. Nope, looks like we're good to go. Oh, they're sending some assholes after me. Look at that. Yikes. That was hilariously underperforming. Definitely need something stronger there. Like that. Can't use it yet. Just bombing the no star guy is a pain in the... Especially when I'm not charging flux. And there's more of them warping in. Oh my. Things are certainly heating up around here. Missiles still over 200. Dare I say I'll put that pulse on the front and really stock up on missiles. Okay, we'll call that something. Whoops. If you fire enough missiles, it won't matter if they roll. Something's going to hit them. And if you slowly move towards them, it increases the rate that they hit at. Which means you may have to accelerate to keep up with it, pushing them back. Or you can just go all the way around them so that it keeps pushing them in all different directions, effectively pinning them to a small area. Oh, wow. Talking about things I wasn't paying attention to. Well, this could be exciting. I doubt I have enough missiles left for this, but he is shooting a few of them down. I guess I should get out from in front of Captain Doom Cannon over here. If I keep changing directions, it'll mess up with his gunner, but if I stay in front of him for too long, he's just going to hit me with something crazy. Oh, and I got to remember to do this too. Especially when I have a flux charge. Ah, eat narrow profile. Oh, it detonated near me anyway. Crap. Beating point defenses, it's about anything but overwhelming the gunner. As you get closer to him, makes it even more difficult. So you gotta swoop in every now and then. And when you swoop out, he's gonna knock more of them down. Looks like he's not knocking any of them down, though. Probably gonna run out. Oh, God. I wasn't trying to slow down that much. Well, those are gonna get shot. No? Still no. Okay. This means I have to sit back long enough that some of it's going to hit his shield. Not sure why I stopped firing missiles just then. "55 missiles left. It's definitely not enough. So... was that a huge waste of time, or maybe I can do the job with my spinal mount? Let's see, what's he at? 3,000? That only did about 200. Oh, crap. No! I did it! I honestly didn't think it was going to be enough. Alright, let's get the flip out of here. Actually, I should probably camp out here for a minute until I'm less dead. But that's going to go so slow. The previous system's friendly. I should go back to there and save. Aww. That was rude. Just disappears right out from in front of me. Oh, Syndicate Station. Well, that's damn convenient. If I'd known that was there, I would have had nothing to worry about. Hey, damn it, you weren't supposed to get away. It's gonna be one expensive repair bill. Yeah, shut up. Yes. Wait. Does that cost more ammo? Where does it say? Oh, okay. That's the Pulson. I don't want that. I want to compare it to these. If it says just missile ammo, then it's just one. So that gives me 14 DPS. 14.6. If I just do 2 burst, I get 16.5. Which is still double. And so it's going to be firing 6 out of each slot. Time fuse on a missile? No. Do we want a bigger explosion radius? That is going to take some of the damage off. I kind of feel like that. Kind of feel like that's not going to help, and it's going to push back more, which I don't want. Alright, so I should be able to build 4 of these. Awesome. Hell yeah. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, you know what though? Oh good, they do actually sell missiles. Just to clean it up. Boom. Alright, what other cool stuff do you have here? Anything? Anything? No? But I'm waiting for heavies. What do I need for this? 13. Man, I'm at 9. I guess I gotta hit some graveyards while I wait for my stuff to repair. It's gonna be a lot of missiles flying around. Okay, just for fun. Yay. That's so cool. Alright. See, it's never too early to start crafting. I'm level 15. I've already taken out the Hephaestus. Barely. That thing almost got me so many times. But you back the fuck up. And then get close again. And then back the fuck up. And then get close again. And now you're just all over the place. Ooh. Damn. They're gonna get him. Yeah, you can try to lose them on the rocks. I don't think it's going to be enough. But I encourage you to make the attempt. For you will not defeat me. You will only make me stronger against the next one of you. Oh, surrounded. Yikes. That's pretty good. No tech level at any of those graveyards. This one should do it. Let's get the drones back up. They got shredded off. Oh no, I guess they'll just all hit that station. Cycled missiles. Ooh. That's enough. Ooh, another rapid medium laser. Let's see what a full blast does to this guy. Although, technically it's going to be individual ones just cycling. Is a level 12 going to be our star killer? That can't feel too good for him. Looks like we're going to get there. I don't know. This miner's like, yes, please destroy that station, thank you. I can't be seen actively attacking the Vangi, but, you know, I'll just pretend I didn't know what you were shooting at, and I was just trying to be a nice guy. What do you do, right? I feel like I'm not hitting it with that. He's like, hey, what the... Like, did he really not hear all that on the other side of the station? Isn't that quiet over there, buddy? Tell me, is it still too quiet? You can certainly make more noise if you need it. If I have to hold you down myself, the missiles will hit. Ooh. Yikes. Sure. We're up to 10. Alright, it's time to move to the next system. Just gonna run. Oh wow. I've never seen one of these things on a station like that. That's funny. That is a first. Screenshot saved. First light laser. Nope. Oh, it's so tempting. Better range, better DPS. It's just, you know, not a beam. So, all the extra missing, probably not worth it. That could be fun, but then I'm carrying more ammo of a different kind. Scrap that. Oh, fine. I mean, if I already have it, I might as well use it. It's not like I need a lot of power for this thing with it being a missile boat. Reset. These are green and yeah. Slow charging doesn't add crystals. Well, that's better than any laser beam I've had so far. I only need 5 titanium, 2 gallium, and a microchip. They don't have gallium, but I saw some off to the side. They have titanium. I just don't remember if I saw 1 gallium or multiple. I'll go scavenge really fast. Or I'll just collect crystals, move forward, and see if I can't find somewhere that has some gallium for sale. That sounds like a better idea. Just staring at him while I shoot his friend who can't get close to me. You still going? Okay. Good for you. It's harder for the AI to react when a missile pushes them in one direction and then a missile's coming at them while they're being pushed. It's less time to react. A little bit of time compression. I mean, it screws with human players too. Believe that. Let's go find that galleon. I know I saw one over here. I think that's it. Seems like the right... Yep, it's just one though. Damn. One less thing to buy when I get where I'm going. Merc the mercs, merc the mercs. You don't hostile me, I hostile you. That was way overkill on all of them. Still got 120 missiles though. I don't know if the next system's hostile or not. So I'm gonna need more than that if it is. Oh, look at you, crafty, aren't you? Oh, there it goes. Oh, it came around. It's coming around again. I'm just gonna keep swirling on you. It's gonna be all different angles, buddy. Just not fast enough. That's enough. That was 70-something missiles. I forgot to see how much I got paid for that guy. Even though it was right in front of me. That guy was worth 224. Didn't take very many missiles at all. The other guy was probably worth 400 or 500 then. Well, let's go get some more missiles. Hey, I got a flux charged. Gotta remember that. It's gonna be important later. Gonna need that flux. It is. It's 50% DPS. Puts it over 100. And I will build something stronger. Much stronger. And if I have enough crystals, I can even do multi-core. Oh yeah. That's where it's at. Alright, ooh. Cool. Let's go ahead and get the missiles. Oh yeah, that was totally profitable. Hell yeah. Oh, let's sell some stuff and store here too. I guess that's it. Oh wow. Almost a third of my storage is taken up just on stash space. Seriously considering a cargo expansion, but it would only get me another 7 or so at first. That's a pickly conundrum. Iridium warp drive. I don't know if you've noticed this, but I don't really give a shit about your missiles. They don't seem to be doing a whole lot. There you go. Hey, missile ammo, thanks. Did I get that warp drive? I did. Sweet. Let's roll. Hi there. Oh, I see it. Okay, so I'm going to focus on the middle guy since he's the only one doing real damage. And let the other ones get hit by splash and strays. We need to get far enough out ahead of them that only some of the missiles go by him. And I have to slow down every now and then so that any of the missiles will actually hit him. So they can catch up. You serious right now, bro? I'll fuck you up later, don't worry. Yeah, eat it. Oh look, I'm slowing down. You better get close and stop moving so all those missiles will hit you. Or anyone else. I don't really care, that's the point. I got another 400 missiles left, what do you want to do? Oh man. Wow. Two drive types I can't use. Well, one I could use, but I don't know, maybe it's worth it. Ooh, allergic to your own medicine. Ouch. Not only do you not have point defense, but if I do it right, you will not be able to outrun my missiles, and very few of yours will ever be a threat to me. The question is whether or not I'm going to have enough missiles. Oh, wow. That's pretty fast. Nope. Just checking ya. Missile kite, missile kite, missile kite. Oh yeah, it looks like I'm definitely not gonna have enough missiles for this guy. Maybe some of his friends will have some after I split them open. Maybe they'll drop some. Your missiles are slow. You're next. You damn Vulcan. Damn Vulcan. Logic. Uh-oh. That's not what I meant to do. Shit. Every time. I think this is the part where I run away. Maybe. Could be wrong. Well, I hope they got a lot more missile ammo there. So I got a lot more money. That's for damn sure. Shit. If they even get past the rocks. There we go. Hell yeah. Man, what I'd do for an ammo replicator right about now. Oh my. Okay. Alright, now this time we're going to push through. Gotta find our way to the other side. I'm hoping it's not going to be a super hostile, because this system turned out to be a decently high-level friendly, but not a good place for really doing much other than a pit stop, you know? So, hopefully we'll get something a little more exciting here. Oh my. Aren't you just adorable with your little Vulcan bullshit? On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rate the pain you're feeling right now? Missile bully. Oh, you want to go first? Okay. Yeah, that's totally cool. I brought lots of missiles for everyone. Missile tornado. That's fun. Yeah? All by yourself on that wolf, huh? You thought that through? Yeah. More for my money if I do the damage booster. Holy shit. Still haven't found that at the gate yet. No, hit him before he... Hit him from the front, damn it. Ah! Oh, 76. Okay. Huh. Completely on fire. More on fire than not. And did not make a lot of money either for firing a handful of missiles and really need to break through to the other side, but that's going to be difficult. Do I need more drones? Could get more drone bays. It could help. Too bad they don't have any. Jet. I could warp, maybe. But probably not that far. I'd have to go in and then warp across. And it's about a 5 parsec jump. Would I even get that from mine? Nope. Nope. So warping's not an option. I could always staff up and try to get stronger. Do I have a supervisor? I don't have a supervisor. It's probably a waste of money, but... Engineer, but it's just for storage and a pilot. Oh yeah, you. Right. Wait, what? I already had a pilot. What do I want? Acceleration or a 6% speed boost? Let's see, speed boost 43.2, 42.2, but acceleration's up a whole point. We'll take that. I know, 104 efficiency, I get it, but they'll probably outdo that too. First off, you can be first officer. Come on. Actually, if we're going to go that route, you should be in with their extra efficiency. We could use a navigator. No, they just have gunners. Don't need a gunner. Let's go ahead and max out repair. Oh. Damn. Didn't see that earlier. Alright. We are fresh now. We are the epitome of freshness. We are what it means to be reborn like the phoenix. To kill. One moment, please. Bottom. Oh, delightful. Ah, crap. Well, that was pointless. Flux charge, please. Thank you. Here we go. Engage. Man. Ooh, yeah, there we go. Hey! Cool. Why not, right? For real though, where is that gate? The ship is starting to get slower. It just keeps getting slower. I'm not going to use relics on a Mark 1 impulse drive. I'll use them on an impulse 2, preferably a 3. Preferably without running into a station. See, if you swing around like this, it offsets the missiles just a little bit more, so if they do have point defense, it shakes them just a little bit more. There's like a 1% chance that a missile might not get shot down instead, but it probably doesn't make any difference really. Oh, one of those strays caught him. Neato. Ziggy, you're gonna have to do a lot better than that, bro. He's a bit shy. I tell you what, Ziggs, let's do you a silly, dumb favor that will not work out. Oh my god. Super no thank you. Let me iterate. No thank you. Nice, he's actually firing it. Good job, Ziggy. It doesn't feel like I'm winning for some reason, but I know I am. I know he's shooting a lot of it down, but... $800 credits. Definitely did not spend that much money on missiles. Cargo expansion. Missile boats love that crap. Right? Nice. A heavy mining laser. Ooh. Alrighty then. Let's go ahead and... So just for the record, there's not going to be any ziggified plasma coming out of a spinal mount. Is that what I'm seeing here? Or should I keep trying? Am I just not trying hard enough? We'll never see it at that range. Unless I just miss, which is not fun. Cool, that's loot. I guess if that's fully charged, I don't need it on. It does drain energy. Don't make me blast you. I'll pick you apart. Oh my. I guess I should stick to trying to overwhelm one side. I'll mostly fire from the front in a straight pattern, where it's harder for them to shoot them down accurately. Although it's hard to tell if the two of them together are doing more than one side. But he is going down. This is one of those situations where it's better to have all of them firing at once instead of in a spread pattern. You'll actually save more even if you overkill, because he'll be able to shoot down far fewer of them. I got you, buddy. You're not getting away from me. That should be enough. Remember that one thing I kept doing? Yeah, that. What'd you think about that? Oh shit. Too close, too close, too close. Woo! 8! I think I had 4 at one moment. Yikes. I haven't seen it work so far. Or I just missed it, maybe. Down to under 400 missiles, holy crap. That's pretty low. Hey, I got a drone. Still no gate. So I need to go back through and save again before I end up getting killed. Like I almost did. No, it doesn't look like it. Is there something that... some list of effects that don't translate? Because this is outside of the normal box of... it's like a completely outside skill. As far as the normal stats, right? Oh, shit snacks. Gee, I wonder where they're going. Did not come out of that with a lot of money, but we got a lot of experience. And we actually found some decent loot. It's just been a minute since we found it. I don't know about that. Never found another piece of gallium, that's for sure. That adds 5. Oh, fuck off. Why didn't I just hit T, damn it? We're about to fire a whole shit ton of missiles. And hopefully not get PD'd the hell down in the process. Oh wow. That was a no target and actually got some hits. And then you died, and then you died too, and then you died too. Nice. Pirate heatsink. That'll be great later on. Guess I'll just blind fire missiles into the middle. Nah, I'll pick targets. Pirate impulse drive. Nice. Now that's some quick cash I needed. Awesome. Those aren't going to make it. These will. No, he's going to get pushed back. Okay, cool. Alright, we're fully repaired. Speed Booster Mark II. Asteroid, Cannon. Blah, blah, blah. Go back for that missile ammo. Both piles. Sweet. I'm kind of digging the missile boat life. It's interesting. A lot more fun than I remember it with some of these new ships. Oh. Alright, let's clear out some of this stuff from the inventory, and... Ooh, there we go. Oh, that's a lot higher top speed. Too bad I can't use these. Scrap. Uh-oh. Looks like I have a decision to make here about my power generation. If I need to, it's those two. Do I want to do that? Yeah. Yeah, it looks crazy, but when you go on long distances, it'll be nicer to have the top speed than anything. That's what's going to make me survive. Cool. Can always try to profit missile ammo. Make it back. Keep bumping that damage up. Really aren't going to last that long. Uh-oh. And as usual, the music is on point. Oh my. Keep my speed. Healing interrupted. Gonna hit him. Oh, too far away. Should have saw that coming. Yes, pile up together. That's right. That's the thing to do. Woo! Boom, boom, boom. Eat it. Oh. Next. I didn't do jack shit to that guy. I'm about to get killed. Woo. How about this? Does this do anything to him? Oh my. Well, that'll take a while, but we'll get there. Oh, the little missile trails. Oh, you almost got pushed into the big mob. Good for you. Boom. Had to give it a shot, right? Ooh. Already used hundreds of missiles. This is great. This is a really good missile boat. Hey, how's it going? Yeah, this thing's nuts. I mean, it's blue, so of course it is, but damn. Plus, I feel like having a Children of Terra ship secretly gives you a higher relic drop rate. Sometimes I don't find very much of any. Oh, hell yeah. That specifically is what makes it the missile boat that it's... Exactly. So what I've done is offset them with the delay in quarters, so to conserve ammo, so I'm not firing a full burst every time. But it's 4 1-points grouped up like this. So it's got the defense potential of excessive point defense, or you can sit really far away and not worry too much about their missiles and just fire crap tons of your own. And of course, these are custom-made burst missile launchers. A huge battery. I don't have all the cargo space in the world. Oh, am I still... Oh man, let's get that out of here. Really got to get those repairs done. Yeah, so if you get nano components, 2 of the points will be wasted. But if you don't get nano components, then you'll only have enough to put a 6-point in the front, or leave off 2 of the turrets and put an 8-point in the front. Oh wow, that means I found the gate last time and didn't notice it. Wow, dunce cap for me. So you can see with a standard plasma cannon and Ziggy on the point, it's not giving an insane performance like what we were getting from some of the custom built weapons, but for a 2-point weapon, it's hitting. There's been a few enemies that have really high damage resistance that have kind of shrugged it off. But there's been a few moments, a few instances where it's been really worthwhile to have. Oh, that's pointless. It's a waste of missiles. I think that's the idea, is that you get all 12, flat 12 if you don't use a fleet. And if you do use a fleet, then what's a couple of weapon points here or there? Oh, your missiles ain't that bad. So you can see what a full run of missiles will do to this guy versus this plasma cannon. So 185 on a critical hit. You get 3 of those. Now that might be an improvement. Oh no, I'm letting a marauder or a merchant get killed, even though he's mostly letting it happen to him. When you're playing a missile boat, but you're completely reckless and do everything wrong, defeating the purpose of being a missile boat. I just like to be in the thick of it, you know? Just because I have all the range in the world doesn't mean I always have to use it, right? Should probably stop getting right on top of things that I'm hitting with an explosion radius, but you know, what are you gonna do? Just keep hitting T to cycle through enemies. Yeah, there's no, there's a little bit of shaking at the end of the charge cycle, but that's it. It doesn't have the full, like, earthquake effect going on. So it's definitely more stable. Of course, I'm going for the weapon capacity first, because I'll eventually want to build a fleet. Yeah, once there's an 8-point weapon in there instead of a 2, it should be a lot better. Ooh. But I didn't like that last time. Yeah, they don't really have anything. That should be better. Manual. That's going to be tempting. Boy, I'm stacking crystals. $10 crystals. You sell them? Nope. Sell anything good? Kinda. Hey, look at that. Wow, you really think I'm here to mine stuff? I'm not. Bring out the solar reactor. Okay, I'll dust it off. Speaking of which, I did that backwards. Amazing. Wow. Just wow. You're spending 2 more power. It's only good for the space if you have the power to spare. I don't think I do. Oh. Yeah, that's a big bump. Let's just get all this crap off. Woo-wee. All loosey-goosey. If I take that 1 off, what was it before? 14.8. Just these 3. 16.6. Does affect our power a little bit, but oops, wrong button. That means we can take that off. And we need some missile. Whoops. No less than 1,000. And gallium. Yeah, I think we're gonna rock that. Cool. Ooh. Yeah, you stay in the station, but we'll be back. Warp distance. Oh wait, you're a tactician. I can take you now. Derp. Not a supervisor. Alright. Let's store everything here that we don't immediately need and roll out. The mining beam cone. Let me see. Holy crap. So that's to demonstrate the difference in stability based on the cursor. It's because you're crossing the beams. You never cross the beams. That's pretty funny. Oh wow, the next station's right here. Amazing. Oh, very nice. Oh, a little bit more acceleration. Can't use it yet though. Cool. Oh, hey, Man, I'll take it. Nice. Let's pick up another couple of those for the road, just in case I decide I want them. Iridium. Wait, don't I have one of those? Yeah, mine's better. Oh. Yikes. Gatling Vulcan on a... Ooh, that'd be fun. Damn. Just not into carrying all the ammo in the world. Although I do already have a bunch of it. Could be neat. Uh-oh. I dropped the thing. But no, we're not going to do that. I will look at crew. Do I need... I have no openings. I will not look at crew. Never mind. And you have no crystals, so you're useless. Oh man. I'm such a dork. I did it again? How do I always do that? Ah. Wow, I bet that looks a lot better. Yeah, I'm thinking in the future, Vulcan spinal mounts will be something a lot of people will use. Especially on certain Ravagers, you know? It would really come in handy. No, it's me. Totally. Oh, speaking of which, I never... Oh, come on. Damn it. Nope. Way too far. Way too slow. There's the other syndicate station. Should probably turn that on. Might be useful. Oh, you sent a drone at me? Congratulations, you're the first to explode. Yeah, that's right. No more 4 repair for me. I'm up to 12 now, bitches. Uh-oh. I know it won't hit them, but if they detonate near him, he might get a little annoyed. Alright. Oh. Oh my. Is that in the beta? You know me, I gotta ask. Because I'll restart in a heartbeat. I'm sure he'll pop by and tell us. Not that he has to. Just, you know, he usually does. So I wonder if I should put Ziggy on one of these missiles instead of... Although that might not actually be better. Now, I'm breaking my own rule here. Normally, I like to have a 10-to-1 ratio on my shield to capacity to recharge. So let's at least get a little bit closer to it. It hasn't been doing poorly. A missile boat can have slower recharge on a larger shield and not suffer it too terribly. Nah, let's keep it up. Ooh, a heavy cannon. Juggernaut. Fusion. Oh, yeah. It's been so long. I'm going to go ahead and just... Fantastic. I still have to get rid of one thing. And it's going to eat into my power quite a bit. But I don't need to boost now. And I go 60 instead of 56. And my acceleration goes from 8.7 to 15.2. Smells like freedom. Yeah. Oh my. I have a shield, or I have armor. I have a couple of those. Oh, there's another thing I could waste a couple of points of power on, now that my booster's not so heavy. Okay, let's make one quick run through just to make sure I'm not overlooking something really cool here. Okay, cool. Well, then let's get the hell out of here. We're gonna grab some of this exploration, swoop down to the bottom, get the rest of it down there, see who's in this escape pod, and then we're gonna grab our crafting materials and move forward, because it's time to build. Maybe. Ah, see? Missile Prophet. You gotta love Missile Prophets. The spinal mount helps to keep your ammo cost down. See? If that's all it does, that's not bad, considering these are all base level. Or white quality. Whatever the correct terminology is. That's a free analyzer. How much? 7%. Okay. That was worth picking up. Oddly enough. Who knew? The first one. It's always, oh my, look at that, more. It's always fun when you don't really have to buy a lot of missiles. It's when nobody drops missiles that it gets frustrating being a missile boat. Because then you have to keep docking. Oh, not that one. Probably won't need blue crystals, but we'll pick them up. Worst comes to worst, they're decent currency when you can sell them. Cool. Another fun thing to blow excess power on. Can we still? Maybe. I bet that runs out of power, doesn't it? Nope, it won't. It only fires for a few seconds. Yeah, 3 seconds. So it only needs 90 power. And you get 18 times 3 plus 58. That's more than 90. Okay. Boom. Sector fully explored, leveled up, critical chance. They're up to 11 from like 10. See, only wasted 1 missile. Alright, back through Vangi territory. The little extra punch in the ass. Look at you. Look, you can't handle it, can you? You can't handle it. Haha. Also, I'm faster than I was before. Screw you. Harass them just enough that it's harder for them to dodge missiles. Oops. Oh, cool. None of them hit the gate. And I can fire more from the other side. Ah, they overshot. He spun them. Just keep spinning to throw the consistency off a little bit so it's even harder for the AI to adapt. Alright, fix the drones. Cool. Tech level 11. Oh, yeah, I don't know why I'm... Wait, what happened to my energy level? Oh, when I swapped those out, it was too much. We'll have to get one more generator in here. But yes, I can rock the flux. It's better if I don't have the drones on. Yeah, but it's only 3. It's pretty useful. I don't know. I don't have any shield absorption without it. It's up to 11.6. Although, I guess technically it's higher than 3. Yeah, it's using double that. Okay. Still. It does kind of just need more generator power. Wow, the other guy died first. Yep, he died first. 3%. We'll just sell it. It'll be worth $100. I wonder if the 4 chargers running at 4.5 each, 918 recharge is better than that. But that's going to use a lot of power still. I just need more generator activity. If I take the absorber off and put on a generator and then swap out some of the chargers, we should be good to go. Ah! You flubbed it! You fucked up! Ah, I'm gonna try. I don't have a 30-second oh my god. There's a lot of missiles you got there. But you also don't have any way to block mine, so This could just be a matter of who's got enough missiles. And it looks like there's no such thing as enough missiles for you. Even if I keep shooting this. No, sir. Oh. I got 1,000 missiles, bro. How many are you gonna take? How many do you want? You tell me. Taking out a near-level cruiser, a battle cruiser no less. Oh yeah. You can't hit me with that thing very well. I might as well lead you away from the gate so I can just keep firing missiles more. He's firing a bunch though. Look at that spread. It's like so frickin' shiny. I wonder if mine looks that ridiculous if I set them all to go off at the same time. You got screwed, bud. The NPC lottery was not on your side today. That's much cooler. Oh, just a little bit off the top. Thanks for the haircut. Just a couple more volleys. Ooh, this might be the last one, but there'll probably have to be a follow-up. Which is going to be this. It's not enough. Fire another volley! Quick before he fires that damn gun while I'm sitting still like an idiot. Oh, fine. Another way to increase your efficiency is to spam T, so it'll switch targets mid-volley, because it's a burst launcher. It's really annoying sounding though. Or just shoot the guy that has the point defense beams. Oh yeah, I bet. Nice. I had a lot of cash earlier and then I blew it all on crap. Now I need some more. But first, so I just need to buy a large nuclear reactor. Nice. But for a battle like this, makes a little more sense. But you're still mostly just spamming the T key anyway. While holding down the fire button. I guess I can always just shoot the big beam kind of at the bulk of them, but I have a feeling I'm mostly going to be hitting asteroids doing that. I mean, the missiles are too, but at least they'll push them out of the way. And if nothing else, this allows you to hit several different enemies just before they get killed by other things. Just enough to get some credit for it. I mean, support your friends in their efforts to defeat their enemy and survive the war. Stuff. Look at that, a fusion reactor. Hell yeah. Come on, heavy pirate impulse. Nah, not high enough level. Yeah, too bad you can only have one. No garbage. Can you imagine having the ability to stack those? You want to talk about a glass cannon? No shielding, minimal repair, nothing but a warp drive and some Nadalo combat mods. And just a crap ton of flux capacitors behind one of these god-awful monstrosities that we've made. 5 power, I'll take that. That's 12, that's 13. Okay, you win. Alright, it's time to unequip the inertial stabilizer. We're actually going to make that. Capital Impulse Drive in blue. Impulse Drive Mark III. Nothing but basic heavy. I had to boost that up from white. I had 5 relics. Damn it. I guess I should be putting relics on these two. Increase my capacity and charge rate. I could, but I don't have a warp drive on right now, so I'd have to equip that too. That would take up another 3. And then I might as well throw a battery on it. Because it'll replace the flux capacitor. Wow, I'm carrying a lot of extra crap. Wait. Nope, guess not. I was wrong about that. It's only 5 though. As long as I'm over my I'm using missile launchers, so as long as I'm over my forward speed and I can sustain my beam, there's really not much else to worry about power for. Yeah, see, that's even too much power. We don't need that thing. A solar reactor would keep us topped off. It's just not worth it. Okay. Oh, it would be worth warping over here, though. That's probably way more than I needed to take off. And I probably don't need that much of a warp drive either. At least so far I've gotten one large battery. That's something. Oh! My first Ravager! Oh. I did that thing again. Let's just do it right. Okay. Now we warp. Well, I'm still missing something, but whatever. Screw it. It's only level 10, right? How bad could it be? Or the real question, how long will it take me to eat those words? Really? Yeah, I'm really bad about remembering to do that. That's a bond, at least for the same ship size. Oh, that's what got forced into the bank, was the gyroscopes. You know, it's not the best Ravager, but for countering a missile boat, you could have worse ships, I guess, maybe, sorta. I don't know. Is it actually shooting any down? Yeah, it looks like it's getting like 1 or 2 out of 20. Yeah, look at that. Look at what those bastards just gave me. The thing I spent 3 relics getting something better than. You bastards. Well, that's something. That's kind of neat. Oh, wait. Now, back to civilization. Yeah, it can sustain itself in a head-on. It's when it gets surrounded that it really starts to show a weakness. But even then it has decent coverage. I mean, for a freighter ship, it's got what it should have. A freighter ship like that should be escorted if you're worried about attack. So... Oh, that was all of them. Hello. What the shit, Lana? Oh, I took it off to upgrade it and I didn't change the key back. Oh, look at that plasma cannon. And that civilian station where I'm gonna go get my gyros put back on. Ooh-wee. What's my total flux capacity? 4. I will do that. Oh, when did I switch that back out? Why did I stop using... Did I die? When the hell did I die? Ah! Going insane. It's so fun. Whoa. Now we're having that issue again. Excellent. Alright. What else do you have? Nothing. 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 Okay. Uh-huh. Hired. Hired. Well, you're the most pointless. Put you on the front right. Oh, cool. 2 more stations. Hell yeah. Oh. Whoa. Alright, rampage time. Ooh, what do we have here, Marauders? Hello. Yes, I will fight you. Oh, they're pirates. Look at that. They're not even here for me. They just fucked up today. That's all. Yay, inertial controls. That's what I need. Oh shit. hit the civilians. Or hit them, I don't care. Oh, that guy's slow. That might actually catch up with him. Holy crap. Nice. A blue small laser. Woohoo! Oh yeah. We're gonna go wreck some shit now. An escape pod from the 24th and a half century. Walter Bauer. Wee. Nope, you're getting stashed, buddy. Sorry. Alright. Ooh. Nah, I don't have to come back here. Even if it's a short distance. Was that a serious effort on his part? Because it didn't look like it. He looked like he gave up before it started. There it is. Ooh, that gray ore is a tempting stash. Not at all. Not even a little bit. You can take your gray ore. There we go. What do you got? Torpedo. Man, don't tempt me with those torpedoes. I will use them. Wow. Oh. Oh my. Well, that station has exactly one good thing. Empresa. We're not trying to misspell it in Spanish here. Anything to sell? Store? I already have one of those. Yes. Yeah, I really don't want to stay in this system, but the next one's even lower level, so I'm kind of like... Okay, good. I was like, unless it's hostile, it's not really going to be much to do here. Oops. I assumed the lock-on. I was wrong. Okay, at least that guy took more than 2 to kill. Well, that's a bit low range. You can't stop me. You can't do jack shit. How about the one that's closest to me? That would have been great. Have you had a chance to check it out? Oh, I guess not. It's oddly really good, but again, kind of lends towards, I don't know. It's neat. I like it. I can't say as I'll use it often, but I'm sure I'll start a game with it. Now I'm switching targets because they get pushed around too much, so you end up missiles start running out of range, chasing the guy that's getting pushed by the missiles before it. So you give them a chance to stop so that they'll actually get hit again. Yeah, thought about it. It's too bad the tractor beam doesn't count as a weapon. You could put it on the the spinal mount. Just freeze stuff in place. Oh, you're gonna let those hit you? Okay. I mean, you were totally safe until you turned around. Not sure if that's something you needed to know. Yeah. Just sub out damage for tractor power so that it can get bonuses like other weapons. It's an interesting idea. Alright, so we just need to gear up and get the hell out of here. Whoops, that might have been too much. Deuterium, large, smalls, 286 range. Nope. Oh, thank God it's close. That'd be funny. You get enough ships. You get enough ships with tractor beams, and you basically draw and quarter a ship in space. Oh my God, that sounds so bad. Oh yeah, I should see if they have any missile ammo. We're getting low. Alright, so I need to get back to the core systems. I left a bunch of people over there, but I don't really care. I need to pick up all my supplies. All my crafting loot. Gotta go make some guns. Particularly one gun. Is that Marauder, or... I guess it doesn't matter. See? Way too many overshot. That's why I wish the delay would auto reset instead of freezing in sequence the way it does. So that once you set a sequence, it stays with that sequence. No matter what. No, we're going to keep moving in. So next gate, and then 2517. Alright. Oh. That's crazy. Boy, it's really hard to no-scope with missiles, huh? Hey, there's one. Even you can lose millions of dollars quickly by wasting missiles. Alright. That's what I thought. Now, go ahead and get real close to that guy. Just don't pay any attention to the big swirl of missiles all around him. They're totally not going to hurt you. Oops. My bad. Cruising the world, yeah. That's money right there, man. Even with all the wasted ones. He stopped to kill that miner and it got him blasted, but oh, so is oh, the miner's dead too. We should probably go. Exit stage left. We're out of here. Oh, you should just stop with your... Is that one or two small lasers? That's one, because it fires 2 per second. I'm gonna stare at you this whole time while you watch your friends die, just to demonstrate the futility of what you're doing. I mean, I told them it was futile. It's hard to watch sometimes. Are we not the villain in this game? Wait, are we the bad guys? What is that, Mitchell? Is that Mitchell and Webb? Where he's like... Wait, are we the bad guys? We've got skulls on our uniform and... That seems pretty villainous. Are we the baddies? That's what it was. Oh, God. That was brilliant. Like, just how do you not know? That's the fun on this channel, though, is you kind of are the bad guy. Most of the time. Oh, this little sentinel's gonna get dead. Oh, wow. An orange neutron scanner. We've reached a new low. Well, it is crap tons better than mine for less power. At least it's not another lateral thruster. Oh, jeez. Shoot the one in the back so you'll also hit the guy in the front. Not because it does more damage, but because it keeps the bitch off balance. Except he's not doing anything. So I'll just quit singing. There he go. Oh, and he has got point defense too. Like... If there was ever the wrong ship to wait till everyone else was dead to start firing, it was the one that could counter missiles. Oh. Not enough faces, not enough palms. I would get a concussion. I just have the 1 and the 2. If I face palm an appropriate degree of, it will just be destructive. Oh yeah, I was gonna stop by the middle sector, not just for that quest, but to actually empty my inventory. Got a better idea. Warp. Get a little bit of extra range here. $500. Okay, so it'll be faster to go through the gate and then warp. Oh wow, I don't even have close to that. Nah, it'll be enough. I hope. Fingers fucking crossed, brother. Oh my god. I blame you. Well, that's not going to be closer. Shit. Shut up. Quit making fun of me. It's just a mockery. Your pitiful 160 credits. Okay, well that was worth something. V60. Boom. Okay, I'll do it again. Round robin missiles. Everybody gets a missile. I'm fucking Oprah with missiles. Okay? Everybody gets one. Oh, I'm sorry, bro. You didn't get your missiles. I will fix that shortly. All of them. Hi now. Now I can warp there. It still says... You're fucking kidding me. Oh my god. I'll just drive there then. Jesus Christ. Wow. Amazing. It's amazing. Wow. Through a gate I've never used before. Awesome. That's frickin' fantastic. I guess. I don't know. I do know I'm getting a much better battery storage on my way out of here, though. That's for damn sure. Too bad I can't put the huge battery on this thing. Yes, I know. I'll put it there. It'll give me a warp drive I don't need. But this is where I want to store everything. Oh, cool. Throw that on. I wish I'd noticed picking that up. Not at any time, Eddie. Only when it was funny. Still not enough. But I don't have shit else. Boom. Alright, now we're back. Oh yeah, did I ever log in on YouTube? Nope, that's okay. Now that the holiday break's over, I'm going to start posting videos up on YouTube again. What? Uh-oh. Didn't need all that, huh? Let's see. I don't need lateral thrusters. What the hell? What are those doing there? .43, 48. Closest to 10 ratio so far. Got plenty of missiles. We got plenty of targets. Not bad, not bad. A little too easy. So let's get into the tough zone. Danger zone! Nothing to kill here. Okay. Okay. Groovy. Honored. It's an honor. A pleasure to be here. For sure. There we go. Sanctuary. Sanctuary. Wait. Ooh. Local delivery. Wow. Really? Like, couldn't you just, like, shove it out the airlock and they'd probably get that? Feel like that didn't really need a whole thing going on. Oh, I'm really tempted to hit another Vangie station just for kicks. Oh yeah, Flux. That thing that helps me not waste so many missiles. Just slowly drifting closer, switching targets at the last second. Mark II Impulse Drive over there. Wow, that was a lot of stuff I don't need. Wow. That might be good on like an escort shuttle. Both of these, but I have better than both of these. Eh, I guess they'll sell. Wow, those guys are both jacked up. You don't see that very often. Uh-oh. They're pretty far out. I could take some time. I like that. I want to target this guy. There. Like, I can't even see who it's targeting when I zoom out. I don't understand. Well, that's never gonna hit him. There we go. Just like my plasma cannons, it has a nice disruption effect to it. Just the sheer number of projectiles. Excellent. I mean, you can help. I won't stop you, but like, you might as well not. You should just watch and enjoy the show, eh, bud? Dang. It's not orange like the one I have, but 426. Yeah. Uh-oh. It's time to go. I don't want him to destroy that outpost. I said I had plenty of time when I got here, and then I stopped watching the clock, which is the fleet arriving at the station to destroy it. But now we are in Limerichel. See how many more words I can make up today. David Walker evolved, and I watched my radar get slightly larger. Zoltrium. Yes. Very Zoltry. Look at that. Craft mats. Escape pod. Very good. Yeah, I'm really digging this shit, man. It's hard to put down. What's not to love? I was skeptical at first. I was like, man, it's another one of these ships with just a bunch of one-point turrets around it. But, I mean, you know, you give them enough barrels and you put enough of them on there and it works out. It's not like it's a dreadnought, right? I want everything to have big guns. Like a Juggernaut. Or the Raven. I love the Raven, and it's got such an unassuming name. You wouldn't expect... Like... Yeah, real-life Ravens have a reputation of being evil, but... I don't know. Okay, well, this system sucks a lot. Thanks for the one level 19 system that I have access to right now being completely terrible. Maybe I'll just... Yeah, I'll warp out to here. Look at the Vangy color going on there. Nice. Some of the smartest birds on the planet, and I think that's why people consider them evil, because it's just that they're afraid of them. Yeah, I don't doubt that for a second. If there's one thing birds are known for, it's being able to tell time. Maybe it's just observing the daylight, or maybe it's more. They have a tendency to be punctual. Yeah, that's probably true. That's, you know, what is it, Occam's razor? The simplest answer is probably the right one, most of the time. Oh! I do not enjoy my own medicine. I wonder how bad it hurts. Probably pretty bad. Yeah, that's pretty bad. Just a bit of timing, that's all. And for someone like me who doesn't use inertial controls, asteroids can actually make a handy substitute in a pinch. I'm pretty much wrecking this guy, though. I don't really need to worry about taking out the Guardian unless I just want the points. Apparently I just want the points. That was pretty good. Just walk away, and we will spare your lives. Just walk away. Oh, that was pretty good. Yeah, yeah. In other words, if you don't know what you're doing, then lean towards the simple answer. But if you have any kind of competence or education, you should probably try to think it out a little bit better than that. But yeah, if you're dealing with something in which you're not any kind of competent, you should probably just try to keep it simple to avoid fucking up. Yeah, that's when you should probably not just lean on the simple answer. Just, you know, when you're completely out of your element and you're not feeling carpe diem, go for broke, crank it up to 11 and rip the knob off, then just sit back, keep it simple, and try not to fuck it up too bad. Damage control. Occam's razor is damage control. No. Oh, God. I thought it was the other way around. Maybe not. Maybe not. Oh wow, this isn't controlled? It's got an outpost and it's not controlled? That's so weird. Like, it's actually connected to the primary starting... It's part of the... it's part of the starting grid. Oh, look at these assholes. Maybe I am the bad guy. Who knew? Well, I suppose everyone would if it were true. Be kind of obvious, wouldn't it? Ha! Nice. I do laugh at the misfortunate deaths of others. That could be construed as rather villainous. Maybe. Just a bit. Alright, we're gonna head over to those other systems there. Let's just let time. Oh, look! It's not totally useless. This station does serve a purpose. I feel like Lloyd Christmas in Dumb and Dumber. You know, it's true what they say. Despite being a horrible driver and a burden on society. This thing just looks like an actual missile that's just gonna, like, fly through space and just absolutely demolish whatever's in front of it. crazy. Well designed, for sure. Six. Screw it. Well, that's not enough. Ha! We can drop one more. That might get us somewhere. And I use that term loosely. Somewhere. Though I have no idea where. I'm just gonna peek through the gate real quick, because... Yikes. How long can I keep these on? Okay, long enough. Doesn't matter. First gate's the winner. Level 25. The other one's 20. Okay. Well, this is gonna get weird. Oh, thank God. I'm trying to practice. Yeah? I mean, there is kind of an engine block feel to the way the turrets are set up on the sides. And the way it's exposed like that, kind of a... almost like a motorcycle in a weird way. How about large batter? Damn you! Damn you! Cool. Yeah, see, in this view, it kind of has, like, almost a weird boat look to it. But then, you know, also a lightsaber. Wait, was that a... Can't use it yet, but I'll hold on to it. Oh, weird. It put it in the station instead of the bank. I didn't think that would still happen anymore. What? Fortuna. You know, it would have been a lot cooler if you'd had a large fusion reactor. We would have been like besties and all that. Is that a derelict? A seagull! Okay, now I'm shooting pool. Uh-oh. That looks good. The question is, do I really want a seagull following me around? I do have some repair beams and a decent set of reactors. Those engines I was talking about being really powerful. Oh, scout? That's not a bad idea. Range is pretty limited, but I have a decent size. Well, I'm I'm going to screw around these systems, and then I'll see if I can get it to jump across any of these gaps. I don't know, how fast could I get it to go, really, without... What? 55. It's actually faster and the acceleration's not bad. Less power. $77. That is an itty bitty warp range. Slightly better. Slightly. And pretty much the rest of the space is going to be like... Nah, it doesn't need that much gyro power. Two's fine. Jesus. Oh, it would want the orange scanner. Because it's a scout. That's kind of the point, right? It's not leaving much. And no room for battery. $77 battery. Damn it. Not even close. 177. Nope. That gets us that far. Yeah, but how much is that actually gonna... Still don't have any range. So I guess I should... That'll get me off the island anyway. Still need a lot more power storage though. Oof. That's rough. Shit. I just need higher grade gear for it to be worth it. But, you know what? Maybe I'll find that along the way. So I'll just keep going around in this thing for a bit. And we'll come back around and revisit the Seagull. But it's mostly built. It won't need much more. Hey, Relic. I'd rather not just build the Seagull. Yes, indeed. If you check the patch notes on the Discord, this is the Valkyrie. Bit of a tiny monster. Is it? Oh wow. They really switched it up on the Nightmare then. Although I guess all those hard points on the front of the Nightmare could theoretically be a suitable substitute for this cannon. The Red Skull wouldn't really be interested in super weapons. That's true too, or they may just not have had the ability to repair them, so they're just like, don't even wait for it to break, just get rid of it, sell it. No, this one's Children of Terra. It's a blue class. And it's battleship class, so it gets an extra 10% damage resistance. When I say it's a monster, it's brutality. Indeed. For a 3-barrel, 1 points. And then a spinal mount for a super damage. Which does, 222 DPS with a medium laser beam. Oh yeah. And the cloaking. The triples are 20%. Per barrel, so total of 40. So what is that, 240 damage? 240%? Yeah. 360s, yeah, 180%. I was thinking 80. And that one does extra damage. Just a little bit. Yeah, it's a fun little boat, man. It rocks as a missile boat. Although I can imagine any 1-point weapon you put on there. That's a lot of Vulcan. A lot of Vulcan multiplier. Oh, bad guys. Oh, it's a battle station. The most these ships can hope to do is absorb enough damage that the station doesn't drop shields, but obviously that's not going to happen. Or hope that I run out of missiles, which I've got almost 1,000 left, so maybe. I wonder if it can absorb 1,000 missiles. Oh, I should probably turn that on. Where's my other thing? I want to turn on. Oh, because I'm using my booster. Should probably start dodging again. Yeah, I don't know if 1,000 missiles is enough. I'm getting jacked up pretty bad here. Guess I should work on these ships a little bit. It's all this guy's fault. He's the interloper. This is none of his business as a pirate. Really trying to maraud a guy who's successfully battling a station? Well, I wouldn't say successfully. I have to come back with a little more power on that one. Okay, let's grab these. Gotta wait for repairs anyway. There we go. Cool. It looks so tiny. Tiny little base. Uh-oh. Disappointing. Oh wow, are these better than mine? They are. What? Wait a minute. No, they're not. Ah. Nope. Although, nah. No. Oh. Just in case. Amazing, they did have something I wanted. Honestly, it would be nice to have two of these, right? One that is more aggressive, and the other one can carry point defense, so that the offensive one can occasionally hide behind it to shake a missile. And then you give like an Archimedes or another one of these, a couple of point defense and a couple of repair beams. It would make an awesome duo. That would be really cool. What did I do wrong here? Is it too much? Yeah, totally a light sniper. You get something better than a 2-point beam on that front mount, and it will put dents in things. The only reason it's underwhelming now is because it's not anywhere near utilized. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you could easily get this thing up to some serious few thousand DPS. Okay. Why are you targeting the things that are farthest away? Maybe target the things that are up close and causing problems. Losing my shields. Oh, we got a hunter fleet. Let's get right the hell out of here. They're not being very aggressive, so I kind of took my time there. There it is. All right. Wow, we don't want to fly into the station. Not that one, anyway. Wow, they're so close. Rarely see stations that close. I want that gold star so bad. Oh, and it's a repair ship. Oh my goodness. Get back here. Target that one, damn it. Ah. Damn. I'm running out of drones here. Wow, we're not even hitting it. Well, that got summoned, but it's just going to recharge really fast. Now it's running away. Amazing. Well, speaking of running away, I think I'll just do that. Wrong way to run. It's getting a little too hot in this hot tub. Oh, for God's sake. Well, at least there's just the one. Okay. And then suddenly there's 100 again. I will build an 8-point weapon. And you're gonna die right the hell now. Hey! Hell yeah! I love the planets that are all cracked up and volcanic looking. Sometimes they're like really fogged out like that, it looks cool. Sometimes they're really vivid, it looks good. Shield absorption +3, okay. Shit. They match the system level. Spiral out. Pump, 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 pump. When is it gonna end? Well, that was silly. I didn't find anything else. Any really good loot. Maybe I should fly back through there again. Oh, this is Vanguard territory. Oh, the Goliath? Oh, that's so fun, though. It's usually just new stations. That's odd. Oh no, you're right. That's why it was swapped out for the. It's not odd at all. You're right. It was because it's swapped out rather than added. I'm just gonna leave my drones put away if he's not gonna get through my shield. There's no reason to risk them. Whoa. That's kind of a big deal. Wow, he does not give a shit. Wow. How about now? No? Holy shit. Is he gonna warp out? Oh my god, I'm so over it. Fuck it. I don't care. Yeah, the Goliath is pretty awesome. I think a lot of people are going to really develop a really strong liking for that ship before they ever try anything that's more powerful. I have a feeling it's going to get a big nostalgia fan following, and people are going to want... we're going to see a lot of upgraded versions of it in the future. Stop running away, you bitches! Beautiful. What is our tech level? Nice. I should set it over 1. Boom. Pinwheel. Boy, that had to be weird for anybody who was flying a transport at the time. Like, there's probably only one person, but, like, maybe nobody. But what an abrupt thing that would be. I want to talk to that one person. No, I'm kidding. I mean, I'm kind of kidding. I never used it. Now, wait a minute. I have 2 on drones. If I do that... Oh yeah, my turning speed got buffed, so I should be able to enjoy... Yes. $56 energy. Well, that's a slight problem, but we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. No, I'm curious. I'm curious what that was like when somebody had a transport and then they load their save file one day and it's like a Goliath. Like, come on, that's... I mean, I don't think that anybody's going to be upset about it, but it's an abrupt, like... I would be really confused. You know, I think the transport just needed a little bit of help and it would have been a really nice boat. It had the potential, and when we have missions that involve carting people around, taxi missions, I think it was really going to shine. There was a lot of potential there. Yeah, I mean, on the one hand, you're definitely getting your money's worth with the free upgrade. That was my assumption too, is that it was meant to be something that the game would grow into. Something close to a non-com like the Magellan, but, you know, at least with minimal defensive capabilities. Because there's nothing wrong with having something like the transport that can barely defend itself when you also have non-combat ships in the game. And the potential for missions that cater to that kind of a ship. It looked like a luxury liner. It looked like a giant cruise ship of some kind. And like, there's that game, Nav NAEV. They have missions where basically what you do is you pick up a group of people and you take them on a sightseeing tour. So like, it tells you to warp to this system, so you warp to this system, and it says, okay, they want to see this planet, so it drops a waypoint, and you go to that planet and you hover over it, and then you get a little box that says, okay, they took their pictures, and there's little like details and stuff like it, you know. There's lots of flavor to it. And then it gives you a different waypoint in the system. You fly to that one, then a different waypoint. You might get attacked while you're doing it, but probably not, depending on what system and your reputation. And, you know, if you're just down for some casual flying around a system, it's an easy way to make some cash. And that's kind of where I saw the transport falling in, was that it would, because if there's not a limit, like, you can apparently just fill your ship up with an unlimited number of people just if you keep accepting the missions. Maybe there was a limit, I don't remember, but it didn't seem like it. But this game already has a limit built in, so you can't, like, overstack and spam the mission too much. You know, I keep breaking my own rules. I'm attacking the strong one first. I should be attacking the weaker guys first. They'll die faster, reduce the threat level sooner, which makes the rest of the fight more relaxed, which is often essential to taking out the hardest guy in the group, but probably not this time. Oh, cool. Capital engines. Yay. Why am I not getting a target? There we go. Yeah, that's what Obi-Wan says to Han Solo in the cantina, or outside the cantina, or whatever they're negotiating. Or maybe he says that to one of the other captains that turns him down first. I think it was just Han Solo, right? So maybe we'll see the transport come back. That'd be cool. I know he's talked about maybe opening up for modding in the future. So I can only imagine that we'll see a lot of familiar ships, and maybe somebody feeling very nostalgic will bring us back to transport. If it has a place. If it has a place in the game. Maybe taxi missions don't exist anymore. Oh yeah! Wow. What's 18? Okay. Well, 4 times 3 is 12, so it's totally worth it. It's just gonna eat up all my power. Maybe it should be 2 separate keystrokes. And I'm not charging flux. Which is okay, because it's a pretty soft target. Look at you with your puny ass Vulcan. Get out of here. So the drone bays will make a nice low power option while I'm in combat and warping around and stuff. And then the automated repair system can be good for in between, for fixing up when I don't, in little bursts. But frankly, it probably would be better if I just added more drone bays. The only downside is my drones keep getting destroyed. Kinda like all these missiles. Where the hell are you going? Well, I'm totally out of missiles. I don't know why I came here. That was a mistake. I know. Shut up. Leave me alone. Might as well charge some flux up while we're... Well, no, it won't. It won't be done soon enough. Should I upgrade that thing so it actually, like, does stuff in time? I have 6 relics. Might as well. Missile ammo. Okay, if I turn it on and immediately dock, will it stay on? Yeah, it stays on, look. Improved repair beam. Oh, it's improved. Alright. Well... Hey, can I use that thing yet? Ooh! Nice. It's a little less damage, but it's got that range to it. That'll help. Maybe I want more missile ammo than that. Really gotta find some better reactors. Surprised there aren't any around. Whoops. Damn it. Boom. Ooh. That could be really nice. Alright, not bad. Double flux. Ooh, there it goes. That's it. You did. Oh, oh, so close. Ah. Thank you. Ooh, definitely want the drone parts. One thing I did not restock up on. Shut up. Guard your little gate. I don't care. Whatever. Why won't they smack into the front of it? Yay. Ooh. In green, huh? Or that. Oh, really? Can you deal with that? Oh, shit. Dying for the relic. Jeepers. What a douchebag. Ah, it's another douchebag. Oh my god. Ah. No. Oh yeah. That's the kind of thing you just pick up and run away with. Oh shit. When they let you. Oh my god. Another relic. Oh man. It does take 2 ammo, but it does a lot of damage. When you're fighting against the Vangi, time overlaps with DPS a lot because they repair themselves. How do you like that? I don't feel bad, buddy. I wouldn't be doing much better in your position. Oh, come on. How long do you want this to take? Seems pretty over. Yeah, but do you actually want to fight, or you just... Oh, screw you. I'm not going to chase you around the whole time. For real, what is this? Like, I'm practically their level. No, you're gonna do the same thing. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Oh, tech level derp. Whoa, 4 more levels, Jesus. Okay, turn in that mission. I guess that's the one. Yeah, you know, I'm kind of regretting the other Pathfinder. It's sucking up too much power. A 2 would be fine. Yes. Definitely still need better reactors. But I am retired. I'm going to call it a night right there. Good times. Very much dig that ship. They take the Empress out for a little bit of a spin next time. But I definitely want to do more of this. I want to get a whole fleet of these things, even though that would probably take freaking forever. I want a whole bunch of them. I think it'd be a lot of fun with all of them just firing their tiny little spinal mounts over and over again. Especially when we get dreadnoughts that have spinal mounts. I think that'll be a lot of fun. Because you'll see all these little tiny pew-pew-pews by comparison, but they're actually massive super weapons on the frigates. But then when the dreadnought comes in with its spinal mount, it's just going to be absolute mayhem. If they're massive, it's going to dwarf the poor little frigate spinal cannon so bad. It's going to be great. I can't wait for that. Should be a lot of fun. Just in command, yep. You can have a whole bunch of those. Although right now, I cannot. Wait, do I have a... What did I get that from? Is that on crew? Yeah. Okay, cool. So I don't know why I was worried about that seagull being equipped earlier. I don't have the fleet commander for it. So next time we'll take care of that. We'll get some fleet commander going with a shuttle or a mercenary or something. But until then, hell yeah. Very exciting stuff. Very excited. We'll see you next time.